What's happening? Welcome to the 27th episode of the Slapstream with Djordje live from Slapsville. Um, there's already tons of people here, so welcome. Please let me know if you can hear me well. If you haven't subscribed, I have to do my regular speech. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button, like and share the video. I sound more and more like a YouTuber, which for some weird reason I started to enjoy. So who knows what's going to happen next. Maybe I do like some other new episodes and new series. If you have any ideas, let me know in the comments down below. I have a live chat, and today I have Thomas. I'm really excited about having him on the show. Please let me know and let us know in the live chat everything that you would like to ask him. And if you'd like, you have an option now for super stickers and super chat. That's right under the live chat. If for a small donation, your comment gets featured, and everyone sees that you're supporting the channel. But if you really want to support the channel, please go to my Patreon. Link is in the description down below, and I offer a bunch of cool perks and also donations via Venmo and PayPal in description as well. But the most important is that you subscribe, and also like to ring that bell. I think that means something in the YouTube algorithm world. All right, welcome to Michael. Was the one that was the first comment off. Sasha, Chuck, Matthew, Alexander, Mad Twins, you're always here. Thanks a lot for being here with us. If you guys are not familiar with Mad Twins, make sure to check out Mad Twins art. They did like lots of cool art for Social Distortion, Reverend Horton Heat, Living End, all kinds of cool people. Maybe one day I'm going to be able to do that, something with them as well. And hey, Alphonse, and hey, Coffin Base 666 from Holland. If you're not on our email list, please send an email at contact@artofslapbase.com, and you'll get notifications every time I do these cool videos. All right, without further ado, I would like to present my guest for today and my good friend from Los Angeles, or from Slapsville, Thomas FANTOMAS. Hey, buddy, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Waking up slowly with a lot of coffee.
Yeah, that's good. We have like already tons of people. I'm not sure if you heard, there's a bunch of people were waiting. We're waiting for you to show up.
So, I'm famous. I've made it.
It's gonna be a good episode. I have a good feeling. All right, my first question. I asked like some of the same questions, but then I always spice it up with questions from the guests. So guests, viewers, make sure to ask your burning questions for Thomas. He's going to answer them all now in the public. How have you been holding up like during this whole end of the world thing?
Yeah, it's trying to. I miss music, miss touring, like you. I know. Any occasion to do anything musical, I have to jump on it, which is pretty rare these days. Waiting for whatever vaccine or whatever, so we can go back to kind of normal life and being able to tour and go abroad and everything.
We've been doing any cool things like music wise during the lockdown.
Yeah, actually, I was invited to play on a project with which was great by Slim Jim Phantom with Chris Cheney, and for a guy in Australia called Jimmy Barnes, and which is kind of, I don't know how to describe him. I think maybe the Bruce Springsteen of Australia, something like that. I don't know. it's that guy Jimmy wants to do a rockabilly album. So Christian is in Australia right now, so they're working on that. The son knows the track, and Jim and I are doing the rhythm section part. So far mostly covers and one original from Christian, and that's really cool to be playing with him. It's one of my favorite guitarists. So it's great.
That's so cool. I featured a photo with you playing with Chris and Jim. This was somewhere here in California, right? In Orange County?
Yeah, I think it was in Pomona. In front of the Your Theater, there is a bar. I forgot the name of the bar. Belonged to the same person, and we did a show there.
When was that?
Everything, all the dates are getting messed up. Maybe 4 years, 3 years ago. I don't have a timeline anymore of years now or months or anything. But I think about maybe 3 years ago.
Okay, so was that the only show that you guys did together?
Yes.
I see. Mad Twins are saying Chris and Jimmy are cool guys.
Yeah, I met Chris at the show, and that was it.
Oh, you met him at that show?
Yeah.
That's so cool. I met Chris quite a few times, and we talked about playing together, but it never happened. Hopefully, I would love to play with the guy. I really have lots of respect for him. I did play with him.
I'm first.
Yeah, good. Well, Scott is first.
Yeah.
So it's rockabilly with Jimmy Barnes is kind of famous over there, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing is Jim told me about it, and I had to Google him, and everything is like he's really famous.
I think that even
Go ahead.
I think that even Brian Setzer played on one of his songs. I'm pretty sure he did.
It's funny that Australia has its own world of music that sometimes didn't, translate or come here. Like, for example, Living Again are really fucking big in Australia. And I see them in a small club in LA, or, they don't really. It's weird that some bands don't really cross over as big as they are in their own country. And Australia is really this, it's a world unto itself. Yeah.
Yeah, I love Living Again, and all three guys are amazing, and they work really cool together. And the best thing are the songs, as always.
Definitely.
So I'm really happy for you that you're playing with Chris and Jim and Jimmy, and I can't wait to hear that record.
Me too.
I would like to get to your beginnings. When did you? I wrote when I sent these bass newsletters, Slapstream newsletters. I wrote that you've been on the scene since late 80s, but it's more like early 90s that you started playing
yes,
bands, right?
Yeah, playing. I think it's 1990. I got my first bass.
Cool.
Yes, I'm playing in 91. I think. I think that's just maybe 2 months later I started playing, but not psychobilly. Even though I was into psychobilly, I didn't play psychobilly for a while. I did. I've pretty much I met a guy in the street carrying a bass on his back, and I asked him, what he was doing with that, where he was going. And there was a bar in Paris where all the street musicians were hanging out. And so he said, I said, I want to learn to play bass. He said, okay, meet me at this bar that day, So I went there, and the guy gave you 4 strings, name of the strings, name of the notes. The guy was playing jazz, so he told me that's the position. That's in the world. And then 2 months later, then I made a student loan to buy a bass that I never repaid. And then 2 months later, he said he was going to the army, and he was playing in the street in a subway with a different bunch of guys. And he said if I could take over his job. And so I didn't know how to play shit. So he taught me 2 songs. You have to play 2 songs. So it was Nina Simon and a Rolling Stone song, something like that, or maybe a Beatles. And we were playing. I would bring the bass in the subway. You play in the subway, in the car. You play during 4 stations, switch train, go back the same way. And those great guys who were playing with me had the patience to play 2 songs for like 4 hours, every doing that. And then they taught me another song or 2 other songs, and that's how I started to play. And
Do you still remember which songs those was?
yeah, it was Nina Simon and Baby Just Don't Care for Me.
Okay.
Yeah. And the Stones, what I think is All Over Now.
Oh, okay, cool. Were you slapping?
No.
Okay. So it was more like a jazzy type of vibe.
Yeah.
And so that was basically your first band.
Yeah, but I mean, it was the kind of person you would go in that bar with your bass, and people were just like, "You're free? Okay, you come with me." And then that's why you would just in that year or so I was doing that. Sometimes we play like Irish music, so I had to learn all of like reels and jigs and stuff like that with a violin player. The next day was swing, so I had to fake my way into like 1/6/5 stuff, a fat swallow, and things like that. And I was ignorant in music, so it was really like you have to be like, oh yeah, I know what I'm doing exactly, but I had no clue. And you pick up stuff like that. So I was doing country. I decided to do like a bit of country and rockabilly. I decided to slap a little bit. Yeah. That's how I started.
And that was all happening in France, right?
Yeah, in Paris.
In Paris. Okay, so
Yeah.
you were originally from Paris.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Originally from Paris. Yeah.
And when did you move out? I mean, when did you leave Paris?
I left, I think, in either end of 91, 92. I left with 2 guitarists. The plan was to go to busk in Sweden and Denmark. So,
why Sweden? Why Sweden and Denmark?
Because the money krona was really high. You make money.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's like way before euros.
Yeah,
15 years before euros.
Exactly. And also, I mean, what people are paid is really high, so you can make really good money if you're careful. And then so I put my bass in a soft bag and put it in a plane. Just like hoping that it would arrive in one piece, which it did.
Wait, so you put it up like where the passengers were going, or like or under?
With the luggage. Yeah.
With the luggage. Okay.
Yeah.
Back in those days, I mean, a little bit later, I was traveling with the bass in the passenger section, and it was great. I mean, I always had to make like certain thing, but there were some complaints, but like they let me. So
yeah, you see like pictures of like jazz musicians in the 60s, and they have their bass.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible like anywhere in the world now.
No, I don't think so either.
Yeah. Oh man, that's the worst part.
Mm-hmm.
So you landed to Sweden?
Yeah, I went to Stockholm. We played in Stockholm.
Okay.
We arrived in Denmark. We split up after a few days, but in the
wait, you split after a few days?
Yeah, we played in Sweden for a while. We were in Denmark. We played a little bit, and then the 2 guitarists argued, and they went their separate ways.
Oh, wow.
And I was with my bass and my bag, and I was like, And
did you have to choose where you're gonna go, like with which guitar player?
No, they didn't want to. They didn't want to be with any of us anymore.
Oh wow, okay.
So I just remember being in the harbor in Denmark, and there were 3 streets, and we all took a street to go. And so it was an interesting time over there in winter. I was delivering newspapers at night on bicycle. That was my job for a while. And then I met some Russian guys playing in the street, and they were from St. Petersburg. They were called Swindlers, and they were the first new rockabilly psychobilly band, as far as I know, from St. Petersburg or Russia. And they had all moved to Denmark to make it, which was not the best idea for it. But so they had a bass player with them, and after a while, they kept on seeing me in the street, and I was not really looking healthy, or like I didn't eat much over there at the time, and so they they asked me to come live with them and play with them, with being 2 basses. And so I ended up living in a 1-room apartment with 4 Russians. And it was great. It was the best education I had musically. Their bass player, Slava Sukov, was one of the best bass players I've ever seen. And he taught me a lot. He really taught me a lot. He taught me exactly, first thing he did, he looked at my strings and he just like, your bass is shit. And took out all my strings because I was playing steel string, and he puts cut strings on it. And then I started to play with them, and I realized my level was fucking bad compared to them and to Slava. So it was really cool to be playing like basic, country beat, and then Slava would just like play all this shit around it. And so that was the best education. That's where also I met shortly Mr. Kim McRaman, because he used to buy basses from the Russians, because every time someone came from Russia to the apartment, he would bring a bass. So the house was full with bass in the apartment. And that was that for a while.
So Slava was from the Swindlers?
Yes.
Okay, so did they make it?
No. The drummer, Denis Cachet, after a while, he decided that Denmark or the West were not for him. He went back to Russia, and we're like, oh, what is he going to do in Russia? And Denis actually recorded so many albums. He has St. Petersburg Ska Jazz Orchestra. He has Spitfire. He has a band called Stunning Jazz Suite. They were all like swing band, ska band. He toured all over, based in St. Petersburg. Us in Denmark, we're like, we're not going anywhere. The other guys never recorded anything. I moved to Berlin after like 10 months or so.
Yeah, you didn't stay long in Berlin. Did you go have you played in Berlin, or you just went straight to France after that?
No, the first time I went to Berlin, I was supposed to go with the singer from the Swindlers, Alex, and a typical Russian thing, he didn't show up at the train's departure, and so I ended up taking a night train to Berlin, arriving in Berlin not knowing anybody, and
how old were you back in those days?
92. I was 23.
Oh, okay.
So
you were kind of homeless in Europe, right?
Yeah, I was a gypsy.
Yeah. You had a bass with you, so
yeah, it was cool. I mean, I had a backpack and a bass, and that was my lifestyle for many years, on and off.
Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah.
Did you enjoy it?
I did.
Yeah.
It was fun because, depending at time period, for example, when I was with the Flintstones, we toured, I was making good money. So when we were not playing, I would go oh, we have a show in Italy. I'm going to stay in Italy for a week, and then after that, I go back to Germany. Or it was fun. Looking back, I see mostly the great thing about it. Sometimes I was just like, what the fuck am I doing? But
I did that for a while, but in the States, I started touring like crazy when I moved to the States. Not so much in Europe. Let me see. There were like a few questions for you, so before they get burned down, let me see. There was okay. From Roadblocks, they're asking you, Thomas, tell us the weirdest story you experienced playing in the Kings of Nothing. I bet there are some.
Yeah. Well, I could say one story. We had a show in Italy. There was the end of the tour. I think we had one more show in Italy, I think, or two. Not sure after that, but we were in a small village. After the show, we had open bar, which was a mistake, and so then we went to bed. I remember middle of the night hearing some noises, but no, that was it. And then wake up in the morning, 10, getting ready for breakfast, and getting ready to go. And we realized that the guitarist and the sax player are missing. They're not in the room. So, we kind of like walk around a bit, looking for them. Maybe they're passed out drunk somewhere, whatever. We don't find them. And then someone come to us saying that we should go to the police station because 2 Americans were arrested the night before. And so we pack up stuff, go to the police station. I was the only one with a tiny bit of Italian. So I went there, talked to the cop, and actually what happened is I guess at 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the morning, those 2 guys decided to walk around in the village, saw a tower, like a church tower, and decided to climb the tower, go whatever. I don't know what they did with the door, but they went up, and after a while decided to ring the bells. Someone called the cops, and the cops came, and the thing is, pretty much they beat them up. They in that area there was a GI camp, and the soldiers over there were untouchable because it's American soldiers. So when the cops realized they had 2 Americans that were not soldiers, they were drunk. They were just like, okay, fair game, So I was talking to the cop, trying to convince them to release them, even offering money and everything. And they were like, nah. Well, like after a while, they were like, well, okay, you have 2 choices. Either you leave the police station right now and go away, or you jump them on the bench. I'm like, okay. I left, and they were sent to jail in Venice. And the next day, that night we had a show in Italy, so we played without them. Then I think we had one more show in Germany, and then all the guys were flying back. And then I was supposed to be in touch with a Italian promoter to organize their release and everything. So the cops told the judge that the Americans attacked them, and they attacked their fist with their face. So that was pretty funny. And but at the end of the day, they spent 1 week in jail. And I got them back in Germany, put them in a flight, but they were sentenced to, I think, I forgot, 2 months or 6 months of jail if in the next 5 years we were going back to Italy and they were doing something wrong, like crossing the street drunk or something like that. So we were banned from Italy for 5 years, pretty much, because if we would have gone back there, something would have happened for sure. That was one of the stories. Kids are Nothing story.
Wow. We're going to talk about Kings of Nothing, a little bit later. And I love that band, by the way. That's really, really cool. I think that you guys said like something very special and unique.
Definitely.
And it's all 3 albums are great. Who's the bass player before you in that band?
4 albums.
Sorry?
It's 4 albums. There's 4.
Oh, okay. What's going on with that guy now?
What, the bass player?
Yeah.
Spike is in Providence. He's a great bass player, and he's been always doing like rhythm and blues, rockabilly stuff. He had a band called the Racketeers, I think. He's doing some stuff, different project. We met over the years, and it was always kind of awkward because I was going to Boston to play with his band, when he wasn't in the band anymore. So it was always this funny relationship. But he's a great guy, great bass player. He just didn't want to tour with them that much, and also I think the style was getting less and less rhythm and blues, more like a mix of styles, And I think he preferred more the classic rhythm and blues stuff.
Mm-hmm. And I forgot to ask you earlier, what's going on with Slava now?
I think Slava is not playing anymore. Sold his basses years ago. He's on Facebook. I send pictures from time to time that I find again with stuff, in my stuff, and it was great. Like over the years, we met up. I went back to Denmark a few times. They moved to Aarhus, the other big cities in Denmark, and I went there several times over the years to play with them, and it was always, great time. Great playing with the Russians was the best education on so many levels. Just like we would go on tour in Denmark. We would rent a van. They would unscrew the board in front, so they could cut the cables of for the mileage, because they would rent the van for 50 kilometers, the cheapest thing they could find. They would cut the cables in the back of the mileage thing, so it would not turn anymore. So we could tour for like a week, and then they would put it back together. That was, we were in apartments. They cut the cables of the TV cable of the neighbor, so we could have a bypass to our apartment. Same thing with the gas thing. They were doing all these things, and it was so normal. That's they were always saying like that's the Russian way. That's the Russian education. It's like, okay, yeah. And what I love about them, they had all the Eastern guys that I met over the years had a great musical education. Music is a big part of the lifestyle. And at school, they study music, a lot of good stuff, and a bit of jazz, whatever, and also the classic Russian music is great. So they had great base to play music compared to the French system, where the only instrument you had access to at my time was a recorder. That was it.
Yeah, like in Eastern Europe, always had, and I mean, especially Soviet Union had like a great music education.
Yeah.
Let's get back to you said like you were in Berlin for a bit, and then you moved back to France. And over there, you recorded an album with Betty and the Bops, right?
There's this guy called Tony Marlowe in France who's been playing on the rock and roll scene since I think end of '70s, from Teddy Boy to swing to rockabilly, and he had always a few projects. So I don't remember how I met them, but he asked me to play, so I play with them maybe a couple of years, and we got an album. But the good thing, also the good education about that, we're playing a lot of like jazz clubs where you have to play like 3 or 4 times 45 minutes. So that was a great thing for building up my endurance. It's just like being able to play like 4 sets from like 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., something like that. And so then when I would play a show for whoever else, and it would be like 1 hour, I would be like, oh, fuck, no, it's great. It's really easy. And so we did that, but it wasn't really what I wanted to do musically. It was just like, it was really, hey, Takashi. It was really, rockabilly, rock and roll. But the thing is, through him, he had so many like demo tapes and CD of bands listening to him because he was organizing shows. So through him, I discovered High Noon. I discovered Sugar Ray 4. I discovered he had so many demos, even like some kind of psychobilly garage thing that we just like, oh, check that. So I've discovered so many bands, and it was a great experience for that.
That's awesome. We talked a little bit about your beginnings as far as bass player. Was bass your first instrument?
Yes, I never played music before.
But did you play any other instruments now?
No.
You've never messed around on guitar or something?
No. Sorry, something just popped up. No. The thing is, people who come over here from the US to play music, like British guys or whatever, they always, they come empty-handed and they buy guitars here. So, and they always live at my place. So I got 3 guitars in my place, 2 acoustic and 1 electric. And I mess around with it, but I don't have that connection that I got with an upright bass.
Oliver is late, and he asked us, like, what did he miss?
Nothing, Oliver, nothing.
We talked a lot about you.
Yeah.
Make sure to watch all these 31 minutes.
Oh, give me 1 second.
Check it out. All right. You have lots of records over there.
Yeah. Mr. Oliver. Oops, sorry. That's Oliver in the 90s. Hillbilly Headhunters.
So that's what you haven't missed, Oliver. Cello Joe is asking you if you have enough records over there.
Yeah.
How many records do you have? Do you know?
No idea. No idea. Absolutely no ideas. I think when I moved here 2 months ago, a month and a half ago, and I think I have maybe like 20 boxes, something like that. And yeah, I have no idea. I never counted them.
You see, like Oliver saying, like, bet it was a load of slanderous rumors. And that record is censored. We have a guy from Turkey. Hey, Kiyoshi. Welcome.
Hey,
and make sure to subscribe. We're doing this every Saturday. If you're into cool slap bass stuff, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Carolyn is also impressed with Hillbilly Headhunters vinyl. And Charlie goes psycho. And Nikki says it's never enough music to collect.
That's true.
And Miloš from Belgrade. Hello, Belgrade. Hello, my hometown. Hello, Miloš. All right. And so when was the first time did you encounter slap bass? How did you get interested in slap bass at all?
Okay, I think maybe well, like a lot of people, I got, Stray Cats showed up in 81. One of my uncle was working for a record label in Germany, and I remember when he brought me, I must have been like 12. He brought me that one. Oops, sorry, but the fucking and it's I was listening to it and was like, yeah, cool. I like, Stray Cat Strut. I didn't understand rockabilly yet, and then it's maybe like 1983, 4 on French TV. You would see a lot of rock and roll stuff happening. A lot of it was pretty bad because the French are specialized in taking the style and make it more French. So like rockabilly in the 50s became twist in the 60s or something like that, and so there was some good stuff happening, but there was a lot of we had a lot of bad poppy rockabilly band on TV. But I think maybe 1983 or 4, I discovered, I think I started with that one, Best of British Rockabillys. And I liked at the time, Gene Vincent and Perkins and Burnett, but then I didn't know it was a British Rockabillys. So I listened to that and I was just like, wow, that is great. Dave Phillips and the Hot Rod Gangs, Restless, Deltas, Blue Cats. I realized that, okay, this is talking to me more than the 50s rockabilly. And that's why I put a British flag on my jacket from that time. And I decided to, look for this kind of thing. At the same time in France, around the same time, maybe 84, 85, there was a scene that was starting, we call it the alternative rock, or alternative. And it was like it was all the youth that came from, ska, punk, rockabilly, psychobilly, even though I didn't know what it was yet, maybe 84, and decided to mix up music. So you had like you could go to a show and have a punk band and a ska band and a rockabilly band, and so I like punk, and so I was going to a show, and then I would see Happy Drivers 85, 86 when they were rockabilly, and then you had like bands like a bit later Los Caballos, who were like bass player from Vampas, who became bass player from Happy Drivers, and so all those things. I was discovering psychobilly around that time, 85 or so, and then discover like Frenzy and what else there was the Polecats, great stuff. Restless, rockabilly, and then then you get like you guys mentioning, like you got Blood on the Cats. That was just like, oh, what's that? Psychobilly started, and then Psycho over Europe, Clubfoot, and so all these things were just like really, really cool to grow up with. And I was thinking like, okay, I should play music, and I would listen to an album and be like, oh, maybe I should learn guitar. Then I would listen to the bass like, oh, maybe I should learn bass. Then the drums like, nah, I play bass. And then till I met a bass player maybe like 5 years later, that was just like, okay, try it. But I always love slap bass, I think from like 83, 84. That's when I decided to discover it.
You mentioned Swindlers and you mentioned Carl Perkins. How about this one?
Yeah. So that's Alex from Swindlers on guitar, Stein, the guitarist from NUTHIN, and me. We were busting in front of a Carl Perkins show in Berlin, early maybe like 93 or 4, maybe, I don't know. And we were playing just in front. We didn't have the money to go in. And then someone told Perkins that there was a band playing rockabilly outside. Sorry. Oops. Sorry. I try to control myself. It's hard not to swear. So someone told Perkins that there was band playing outside his show. So he just came out, sang a few songs with us.
You did. You jammed with the king of rockabilly.
Yeah, in the street.
I mean, you didn't tell me that. That's so cool. That's the coolest thing you ever did.
Yeah. It was really cool. I mean, that's the thing. It's just, it just started like, I think when he came out, I think we were doing like a Cochrane song, and he started to sing over that. It was not his stuff we were playing at the time, and when he showed up, and he was just like, so we did that, like 2 or 3 songs. People took pictures, and then his manager said like, oh, you're invited inside. So, we just like went to the backstage, left the stuff, had 3 drinks, and then just like watched the show. He was playing with a German backup band, who is one of my favorite bass players, which is, Mr. Ollie in the middle. Ollie from NUTHIN is amazing bass player that didn't get enough recognition, I think. And he played with that backing band was so powerful that when he was playing with them, you could see on his face that he was just like, I remember the first song he played, he just turned and looked at them and he had a big smile, because I guess he must be used to have whoever's available or whatever, So there was a really great show. And that was my Perkins moment.
That's so cool. Have you played Blue Sweat Shoes with him?
I don't think we did.
Honey Don't? What did you play with
Yeah,
him?
I think we did only don't. We did only don't. Yeah.
That's so cool. Well, I didn't know that Holly was playing with him. Was he backing him up just for that show or for the whole tour or something?
I don't know actually. I don't know. I forgot the name of his band. I think something like Sundowners, something like that. Sundowners, or that's yeah.
He was rockabilly as well. He was not just into psycho scene,
No,
right?
no, I think it was much more rockabilly than the psychobilly.
Oh, okay.
And he played on steel string always, and he has such a powerful sound, and he had kind of a rockabilly approach to it, but he could play fast. He had no problem playing fast at all, and he was great on stage. I always enjoy watching him play.
So it's cool, and I didn't know. I don't know much about him. I know, he's worked with Medicine and one of the, I guess, like a Western swing bands. I forgot the name of the band that he played with, maybe in the 2000s. I should get him on the show as well.
You should, yeah.
Do you remember when you started playing slap bass? What was the first lick you learned?
I mean, it took me. I don't remember. I mean, probably the really boring, rock and roll bass line. But I remember when I learned to double slap, just like, oh, because I found a tape. One of my first my first try we had a band that didn't do anything, but we went into the studio to record something that never happened. But I got the really rough tape of that, and I must have learned to at that time to double or triple slap, because I'm doing a lot of that, like too much. It's like you learn a new trick and you're like, oh, I can do that. So I was just like triplet slap all the way through the song. It's awful when you hear back. You're like, what the fuck was I doing? What was I doing? But yeah.
I would love to hear you play. And I see the bass behind you. Can you play for us a little bit?
Okay. Actually,
all right.
I'm not using that bass because this one, I'm not even sure it's going to hold together. I'm using that one.
All right.
What should I play?
Oh, your choice, your show. You're the star.
It's funny looking at the pictures. Maybe you can help me. I'm trying to remember the name of that song. I think it was called Katyushka, something like that. Really, I'm not gonna mess it up. Something like that.
Cool, man. I like it.
Thank you.
Have you learned that? Have you learned that from Slava?
Yeah, we used to.
Oh, you did?
We used to play it in the streets.
Oh, really? The whole melody, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Huh.
And then I forgot what we would do. I would mess it up, but I think it was also. No, I don't remember it. But the Pergun stuff too. What did we do? Then we did all the classics. Yeah, from Stray Cats to Perkins to. We used to play Blue Sweat Shoes in minor and in ska as well. I don't remember what else I did. It's kind of hard to play, on my own without drums or guitar. What could I do? Anything to play? Any ideas?
Well, there's like lots of requests. Night on Bald Mountain.
Oh, damn. That's the one I was just messing it up now. No. Oh, thanks that. I don't remember it. Yeah. I haven't played that in 20 or 30 years, so no.
All right. So that was exclusive for Nikki, and someone else asked for that song as well. Nikki and I cannot see. Was it Carolyn? Yes, Carolyn asked for that one.
Okay.
All right, but you got lots of hand claps. Mikey, Andrew. Oh, Andrew, thanks for the photo. Andrew was the one that sent us the photo with Carl Perkins.
Okay.
And welcome, Cloudberry. Cloudberry was the one that stayed, for 6 hours with Jeff Raffredo a couple of weeks ago. So
I watched it actually, all of it, I think 4 times. I had to take breaks every time, and over 4 days.
Take a break. I couldn't take a break. Jeff was determined to be have the longest Slapstream.
Yeah, definitely.
And, so there's like a few, I'll ask you like a couple more times to play during the show. So make sure to have that in your back of your head, like what you're going to be playing. Let me see. Somebody else requested something, but we can do those things later. I think we're good. I think you can get back to your seat, so you get comfortable. I have tons more questions as well as our guests. Okay. So you discovered psychobilly kind of before rockabilly, if I understand correctly.
No, I mean I discovered like maybe early 80s, 50s rockabilly, a little bit.
Early 80s.
Early 80s, yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
And then like 84 or so, I discovered kind of the British version of it, the neo rockabilly thing, like Restless and Paul Katz and Blue Cats and all the Cats band, and then from that, I decided to find the samplers, like the clubfoot stuff, like those things we would have, those ones. Where
I have that record.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I have that one.
It was great stuff. I mean, those, especially those, just like the
opposite.
Yeah, there was so. Pretty much, I went there for Restless and those bands, and then this, just like, then I just discovered so many bands.
So you were going often to Clubfoot to see those shows?
No, actually, I always miss Clubfoot. I was like,
okay.
Next time, and then like, oh, it closed down. Okay, so I never went to the Clubfoot.
Oh wow! But you were going regularly to London to see shows.
Yeah, yes, but mostly I was going to Germany because it was cheaper to go to Germany than to England at the time with the pound and come back to the Dutch mark. There was a lot of shows in Germany and Belgium, yeah. But
and back then, how was the psychobilly scene in Europe?
It was great. I mean, mid-80s, I got a feeling you could see quiffs and creepers everywhere. It was just like, it was big. And the French...
Are you talking about France now, or you're talking about...
Everywhere.
Everywhere, okay.
Like mid-80s, I think, between the UK, France, Germany, Holland, Belgium, there was a lot of people, and... it died a slow death in some countries. In the UK, I think end of 80s, early 90s was dead. France, it died maybe like 92, 93, just some bands, but the crowd went somewhere else. Only the faithful remained. And, but yeah, a lot of people went to the next thing.
And so after that, like, were people like have you seen any other kind of revival as big as that, like in Europe at all, or not?
No, I mean it came back. I think the last, I mean, maybe I would say maybe like 15 years. I think there was a revival, 15, 10 years. And certainly, like, you would go to there was this satanic stomp inspired Germany. We went from a small club in Gütersloh to a big venue in Germany because it got bigger. There still is the Psychobilly meeting in Calella Pineda in Spain for so many years, and same thing. They went from 96 was like a small club for like 300 people, and now it's a tent on the beach for like a few thousand people. So it comes and goes. Now I don't know what this year has done to psychobilly or to many music styles, because nobody has been able to go to shows. But yeah, I think it came back. There's not much in the bands. There's not too much youth, in the musicians. It's there's not that many that I know of. Not that many, 20 years old. It's I think it's 30 to 15. Yeah, one of the oldest being Kim, of course.
I wonder if he's watching or not. He was the first long Slapstream.
Yeah.
And you mentioned rockabilly in France. Whenever someone mentioned rockabilly in France, I always think about Ricky Banlieue. Do you remember that?
Franck Margerin, yeah.
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 And Lucien, was it Lucien?
Lucien, yes.
Yeah. And I was collecting those. I mean, whoever doesn't know about these were like a rockabilly comics, bande dessinée from France. And I believe that for Lucien, they even have a monument somewhere in the south of France. Have you ever seen that one?
No, I haven't.
It's like it's kind of like a big deal. I mean, it's crazy. So anyway,
I met the guy who draw his comic books.
Frank? No, Frank was that Frank or somebody else?
Yeah, Franck Margerin was his name.
Okay.
And just before I left to the US in 2009, a friend of mine asked me to do a show for some festival of bande dessinée in south of France. It was a guy called Fred for a band called Lord Fester Combo, and it was organized by Franck Margerin. So when he told me that, I was just like, yes, I have to go and meet Franck Margerin and thank him for Lucien and all those, bande dessinée that just like, I love it. I still have them here. They follow me here,
I have them too. I have them in French.
Yeah.
They're I mean, they are so cool. Like, if you guys are not familiar with Franck Margerin, make sure to check it out. Let's get back to your journey through rocking all over Europe. So we talked about your I think that the last thing we mentioned was Betty and the Bops, right?
Yeah.
And
yes.
the album Pin Up Confidential. That's mid 90s, right?
I think it was 95.
Okay.
And then
how long have you played with that band?
I think 2 years, maybe 2 or 3 years. 2 years. They were really busy. They were doing like they were playing those jazz clubs and the I think even the Disney, the Disney World in Paris, something like that, same kind of thing. And it wasn't what I wanted to do at the time. I wanted to play for a rock and roll audience and a bit more psychobilly stuff. And so I left the band, and I was playing in a subway with a Russian violin player, and so we were playing, East folk and Irish folk and stuff like that, instrumental music. And then he met an American guitarist in the subway as well, so we made a band together that was called Shaltai, and it was just like a mix of Eastern folk, Irish folk, country, bit of rock and roll. Then we had a guitarist who came from the French punk rock and roll scene. So we played together for 6 years, released 2 albums, one being a tape. And it was between playing in bars and busking, and so I did that for from I think 94 to 2000 maybe. Then we stopped the band, and I joined. Oh yeah, I remember I was at a festival in France, and the promoter was on the phone with a guy from the FRANTIC FLINTSTONES, Chuck, saying that the bass player and the drummer were fired from the band, and they would not play the next day at the festival. But Chuck and the guitarist Pug were on their way to the festival, so the promoter should organize a bass player and drummer. And I was just standing there, like, aha, I play, and I think I had one Flintstones album, even though they had done at the time, they probably had 10 out. So that next morning, I just listened to Flintstones, not knowing what we were going to play. They showed up. I played with a guitarist, acoustic, and I played that show. And then a few months later, they asked me to come record an album with them in England. Did that, and then a bit later, they asked me to join the band, and did that. Played from, I think, 1999 to 2005, maybe 4, maybe 98 to 2004, something like that. Yeah, did that.
And so people were asking about how was it playing with Chuck and the Flintstones?
That was fun. that was always pretty crazy. That was always
How long have you played with them all together?
I think 6.5 years.
6.5 years.
Yeah.
And you recorded 2 albums, right?
Yeah, 2 albums, and I think some tracks on some other album.
I always liked Champagne for All.
Yeah,
from 2003 or so.
Yeah, I was. Yeah,
that's great. Slap playing on it, and I know that always whenever I go to, not whenever, but often when I was going to the Blast Cult and hanging out with Jason Burns, who just joined us. He always mentioned that he loves that record. Now it's hard to find all these. Oh, okay, I think I found it. All these questions. Okay, so here it is. Sasha asked, tell us how was it working with good old Chuck Harvey?
It was chaos. It was fun chaos. I mean, I had no idea what would happen on stage, what would happen off stage. We would travel as a tribe of people, pretty much. We had a bunch of friends following us everywhere, and yeah, it was chaos, but fun.
And you stopped playing with the Flintstones when you moved to the States, basically.
No, I stopped playing in the Flintstones in 2003.
So right after the record.
Actually, yeah, right.
Okay.
Same time. It was the same time. I wasn't in the band when the album came out.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
Okay. And what was the year that you moved to the States?
2009.
2009. Oh, okay. See, Sasha is asking. Sasha obviously loves FRANTIC Flintstones. Chuck is the natural born leader. What do you think? But I think that you kind of answered that.
Yeah.
And Jason Burns info here. He says, I always play Champagne for All. It freaks everyone out. If you guys are not familiar with the Blast Cult, you definitely should be. And with Jason, I interviewed Jason as well in one of the previous episodes. So go to my channel, go to Bullfiddle Cat on YouTube, and check out.
I love Jason.
Yeah, Jason is the best. Although he lives in London now, so
Yeah.
opportunity, like 2 Blast shops. James have a question about Chuck as well. Did you need a translator to understand Chuck? I can never understand what he's saying.
Well, you learn being, so many days on the road with him, every weekend or whatever. I've learned how to speak Flintstones pretty much. It's fun. It's its own language. It really became its own language sometimes. Some weird expressions that we just,
Oh, really? Okay.
the world
Where
moved.
was he from?
It's from the UK, I think from the west side of the UK.
Okay.
But when I joined the band, he was living in Germany.
Okay. It's funny, like that you mentioned, like a talking, and that actually James and you mentioned, like, kind of like specific language. Whenever I talk, like, I mean, my experience talking to, some people from UK, especially, sometimes I have a hard time understanding, and even my English is, I guess, it's pretty decent. But like when Lemmy called me on the phone, be like, oh, I really had to put an effort, like to understand everything. I mean, over the time, like I learned it, but it was a little bit challenging.
Yeah.
Around that time, you joined Gotham.
There was a French band from Brittany. Yeah.
Okay. So how was psychobilly scene in France?
At the time, end of 90s, pretty bad.
Pretty bad.
yeah. There wasn't many people. There was just a couple of areas like Vendée. It was like just on the Brittany, and they had a festival there. And
Psychobilly festival.
Yeah, that was the
cool.
only one I can think of, and it was a small version, compared to what was, in Germany. England, there was end of 90s. Yeah, there was no more psychobilly. There was some people, but there wasn't like a scene or like a place to go to, like a big one. It was just like small shows, but there was no like a big festival. The big rumble was pretty much finishing. What I was going to say, yeah, France, end of 90s, really sad. Really sad.
Banane Metallica are from France, right?
Yeah, they're from Brittany.
Oh, okay. So Brittany is the mecca for psychobilly in France.
That was at the time, yeah, definitely. Okay. There was an organization called Banana Juice who organized a lot of like the New Year's festival. With every year was some psychobilly bands there, and so for a long time, we had a few bands in the 90s that were playing for the remaining psycho crew that was dwindling, but bands like Kryptonix, Astro Zombies, Silicates, Atomic Spuds, all of this kind of hysterical, lawn sharks, but everything was around Brittany usually.
Okay. Huh.
They were not from there, but everybody was traveling there because that was where you could find people.
I haven't played too often in France, but I played with Tiger Army maybe 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember it was I was surprised like how slow of a show that was. It was not very well attended. It might be the worst show on the tour. I mean, as far as the attendance, and we played in Paris.
Yeah.
I mean, I was stoked like to play in Paris. I love going to Paris and France in general. But it was interesting. I thought there would be more people. Cloudberry is mentioning Banane Metallic is deal as well. James are mentioning Kryptonix as a great French psychobilly band. And Sasha is mentioning Dazzlers. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, they were playing with electric bass.
Okay.
It was like early 80s, like I think 83, 84.
Okay.
And also a great band was this one. Oops, Crabs. That was really, really good band with a girl on bass, Veronique, really good bass player. And also they were doing like they had keyboard, so they were doing mix of bit of garage, bit of ska, bit of psychobilly, and that was really cool band, cool album too.
So after that, you kind of like moved to Surf Rats.
Yeah,
That's when you kind of started.
Yeah, in 2002, I was for the longest time. I've been trying to play with Boss Burrow.
Okay.
Boss, for whatever reason, is one of the person I always wanted to play with, and I've never been able to. But I think I sent him an email one day. I was living in Berlin. It's like, if you ever need a bass player for anything, I'm ready. And he said not me, but he knew of a band that was looking for a bass player for a tour in the US. So he gave me the contact, and it was a band called Love Cowboys from Hell. And I sent them an email. The guy replied, call each other, and he said like, well, just to let you know, it's a 10 weeks tour. It's like, I think it was like 58 shows over 10 weeks. And so we sent him a tape or a CD of the stuff he was playing. He sent me their stuff, and that was it. It was 2 weeks later. I flew to the UK for like a couple of days rehearsal, and then we flew to Denver. And while I was there talking with them, I realized him and the drummer were the guys from Surf Rats, the original Surf Rats, and a band that I love. So I talked to a friend of mine Raquel, who was doing the Psychobilly meeting in Spain. I said, look, I'm playing with a guy from Surf Rats. So she's like, asked them to convince them to reform for a show, which I did. We played at Surf Rats. Then the Love Cowboys kind of disappeared for a few years. And I think in 2009, 8 or 9, Gaz, the singer, contacted me. He's like, hey, do you want to do Surf Rats again? Just when I decided to move to the US, he contacted me to do a band. So I said yes, found a drummer, Gable from Astro Zombies. And we got an album right away. There were actually songs from Love Cowboys album that we were supposed to record 6 years before. And then we started the band, and we've been going on and off since 2009. That's it.
You did 2 albums with them, right?
Yeah, we released one, really bad timing. We released one last year. And we were supposed to...
Strange Things was from last year?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. And before that was California, right?
California in 2009, I think, yeah. Which is not... I love the songs. I don't like the album itself because it's not a good recording so much. But it was done in 2 days. So,
oh, yeah, okay.
Pretty much.
So these are the Surf Rats, right?
Yeah.
I like this photo of you.
Mm-hmm.
And where's that from?
Maybe, I don't know, maybe Spain, maybe Pineda in Spain. Yeah, Spain. I recognize the yeah, okay, Spain.
People love that band. See, James, Surf Rats, love them, and Betty as well.
Betty organized a tour for us years ago
with the Surf Rats.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. And then people are still talking, I think, about French psychobilly bands. And Sasha mentioned Slapping Suspenders.
No, they are Sweden.
Oh, they're from Sweden. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. James asked the same thing. So
yeah, no, they had I don't know if they still exist. They had a French bass player called Eric who moved to Sweden.
So that might
be the French connection. Yeah.
Les Wampas.
Les Wampas.
Wampas. Okay.
Yeah.
You pronounce S at the end?
This one you do.
Oh, okay.
Normally we don't, but this word, yeah, we do.
Oh, okay. Just that word, or like for that band?
Just for that band.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah,
I don't.
yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I knew French. One great psychobilly scene icon from France, in
Yeah. Pascal,
Nikki's
yeah. Yeah.
opinion. Pascal Millet, awesome
Yeah.
illustrator for a lot of
Monster
bands.
Club. Yes. Monster Club.
And okay, so Les Vampas is awesome. And Sir Fred's got a new album, I think last year or 2 years ago. Good one. Got some ska songs. That's the one that we were talking about,
Yeah.
right? Strange
It
Things.
is.
Okay.
Yeah. I think we
Um,
have a Deep Purple cover as well in it too.
You have what?
We covered a song from Deep Purple.
Oh, really? Which one?
Fireball.
Oh, okay. Are you slapping on it?
Oh yes, definitely I'm slapping on it. It's a
Oh,
fast one.
Oh, really? Okay.
Kind of a fast one, not fast, but
I have to check it out. I'm not familiar with it. And then you joined Kings of Nothing, right?
yes, yeah.
Around that time, around
2003, 2004, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And all right. So I want to hear about that. How did that happen?
Okay, so I got the first album that I really liked, and I got a second album that I loved. And they were playing, I think it was their first tour in Europe, and I was in Germany, and they were playing in Berlin, Wild at Heart. So I went there, and I really wanted to see Spike, because I've seen videos of Spike playing bass. And it wasn't him. I think it was Matt, who was really good too. But so I was just like, oh, what happened to, I talked to to Zach, the piano player, and Tor, and asked, and they told me that Spike couldn't come to Europe, couldn't really leave the US at the time or whatever. So I said to them, well, if you need a bass player in Europe, I play. And so that was it. We talked a bit. And then I think they came back maybe 6 months later for the second tour. And I received an email. I wasn't supposed to see them this time, but I received an email from Zach asking, like, well, if I wanted to learn maybe like 5 or 6 songs and meet them somewhere on tour, just for kind of a tryout for the future. So I saw that they were playing in Switzerland on my way to me going to France. And I learned 5 songs. I went to see them. We drank a lot. That's what I remember. It was like, we talked. They kept on buying me drinks. And then I stayed with them. We were all staying upstairs in that club. And around 3 a.m, it was just us. And they were just like, guy, you drank enough? Yeah, okay, now you go on stage. And so that was pretty much it. They made me play those 5 songs to see if I would fuck them up or not. Sorry. And that was it. We kept on partying. I left in the morning before everybody woke up. And I think like a month or 2 later, I got an email asking if I wanted to come to Boston to do a tour with them, opening for Dr. Murphy's on the Northeast. And I said yes. And that was the beginning.
So where is this photo from?
This one is actually Zach's, the piano player's wedding in Providence. No, in Boston, sorry, in Boston.
Well, you guys definitely look like a gang there. How about this one?
So it must have been one of our last tour, because that's the first and only time we had a tour bus. And it's funny because we were all so happy the first few days of the tour bus. And then after a week, I remember Tor, the singer, telling me, like, it is really boring to have a tour bus. And I agree with him. After a while, you have no, what we used to do would be like pull up in a van and play a show, party, stay in a hotel, party or sleep, go back in the van, same thing. And we meet people, go to parties, go to different bars. When I was touring with them in the US, that was my first experience with them, touring with them in the van in the winter in the Northeast. We were in that van, and there was no heat. I remember that. And after, like, we would arrive at the club. I remember we left in the morning. We arrived at the first club. Whatever. We had a 20 minutes time slot. So we had to take our gear out. We were in the front of the stage, and we had to put our gear just before playing. We had 10 minutes to put everything on stage, play 20 minutes, and 10 minutes to take everything off stage. And then we would party, go to some after party, some people's place, and then we would, 4 in the morning, we would drive to the next show, arrive in the dusty parking lot, and repeat. And after 2 days, I was just like, so when do we have hotels here? And there's all laughs like, you won't have an hotel. This is it. This is how we travel in the States. We go from show to show. So I've learned, after a few days, I realized, it was the way. So I would, after the show, the club was empty. I would walk to the bathroom of the club or the backstage, if we had the backstage, in boxers and a towel. I would go and wash in the sink of the bathroom. Or we would go to somebody's party, and I would be like, right in my backpack, be like, where's the bathroom? Go there, and everybody was partying. I would take a shower. I learned that really early on with the Kings, that was the way to tour with them. So it was fun time.
Wow. So you were touring with the Kings. You were touring in a tour bus in the States or Europe?
It was in Europe. We did one tour in a tour bus, and I think the last 2 or 3 shows of the tour were back in the van, and we were all so happy about that. There was no tour buses really for us. It didn't fit us. We needed the smell and the sweat, and
so you were touring in one van, right?
Yes, 9 people.
How many guys were in the band?
8.
Did you have any crew?
Sometime we would have on the picture. There's a guy called Ronnie Cadillac, who was the number one. I wouldn't say he was a tour manager, but he was part of the band, even though he wasn't playing. And so he would go with us. So then we had this RV that they put beds in, and we always had 1 or 2 person with us. They were not really a crew; they were just helping us to do the merch when we were on stage. Usually it was Zach, the piano player, and me were doing the merch. If not, there was no crew. I mean, yeah.
So there were 9 guys, like in one van, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was the gear?
Either we had if it was a Sprinter, there was always in Europe was all those installation behind, so you could put all the stuff in. And if it was in the States, we had a trailer.
Oh, okay.
Like a small
Wow.
trailer.
What was the highlight for you with that band?
I don't know. I mean, I have so many memories. He would not remember, but I remember. For example, there was always this. I remember, we were in Chicago. We played a show, and then we bumped to some people, and then they told us there was Jimmy Sutton was doing this event in Chicago, like a bass thing. I forgot the name of the thing. And we went there to have a drink. And I don't know who talked to Jimmy, but said, we're a band, blah, 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 blah. So he said, oh, you want to go on stage? So, we were all half drunk, and it was just like, okay, open the trailer, take everything out, the piano and everything, and there's put everything on stage, play 2 songs, take everything off stage, back in the van, and we left. There was definitely kind of stuff that the Kings would do. We were in New York. We were playing a show with I forgot who, and then we went to a bar called Manitoba, which is like an old punk rock band. And same thing, one of the guys came to me, he's like, Thomas, go pick up your bass. You pick up the bass, put the piano, the drums, everything, play like 2 or 3 songs, pack everything, back to the next bar. That was always this kind of stuff we would do, and I always loved that, this kind of like chaos. And it's that was the closest I've ever been to this, like a kind of a gang mentality, like this kind of family gang thing. That was really the Kings. Yeah.
James is asking you, how did you keep an upright bass and upright piano safe with the Kings tour style?
Upright bass, I might have been, maybe I was using well, the bass always go on top of everything. That was the rule number 1. But I probably used I don't know, maybe some kind of rope to rope it to the, either to the ceiling or to the side. The piano was stepped on, burnt every few shows, especially in Europe, because after a while in the States we couldn't do it. But in Europe, we would light on fire, jump from it, jump on it. The good thing is Zach, that's his job. He tuned pianos for a living, so he would, every show he would have to tune his piano, and it was really cool. Actually, before I joined the band, and what they've done to me, and there was a video of it somewhere on YouTube with Spike playing, and they did something they wanted to find a label, and they wanted to be on, I think, on Epitaph. And so they do a show. At the end of the show, they smash the piano. They smash it with a baseball bat. And after that, they put parts of the piano in a crate with a videotape and maybe the first album or demos, and they shipped it to California to go to an Epitaph or HeadCat office. And I thought it was great. They didn't get signed. I think with that label, I think they went to Disaster Records. But that would be the kind of stuff that the Kings would do. Also, we would sometime, we would go to yard sale or antique stores and find pianos, because we would we would swap them in a club. I think in Switzerland, they had a better piano than ours in the backstage, and we asked if we could swap our piano for their piano. So they told us that after the show we could, but I think we had to sign it. So the piano had our piano was just like burn marks all over, some stuff was missing and everything. And we took their piano, it was better than us. And then after a few days, it was burn mark all over it as well, and all this kind of thing.
I think that people love that band, and still, Lebachery wrote, "I love Kings of Nothing." James, Kings of Nothing, a fight song for F-ups, and a quick question: you recorded 2 albums with them, right?
Yes.
Punk Rock Rhythm and Blues and Old Habits Die Hard. And what? But the first one, I mean, I guess that's technically second album for the band, Punk Rock Rhythm and Blues.
Well, actually, the first album is Get Busy Living, Get Busy Dying. That's the first album they did, and then they had 5 songs, and then then I joined. Then when I joined, actually we recorded All Habits Die Hard before Punk Rock Rhythm and Blues stuff, but we didn't know what to do with it. We had this label called People Like You in Europe, and they wanted to get us, but as they didn't know them, they wanted to try that with another album first. So that's why we did this Punk Rock with which is like half covers to show the influence of the band and half original, and which was not a good idea, because when we realized, because actually people complained that there was too many covers, even though it was supposed to be a cover album. We were supposed to be only covers. And after I think 6 songs, we didn't agree anymore on what to play. So that's why we did like half originals. So people thought we didn't have inspiration to do a full album original, which was not the goal. But anyway, so we did a punk rock album, which came out in the States on the Over the Counterculture, I think. And then
what is the reason for that? Like, I mean, having a different title in the States.
I have no idea.
I always wondered that, like, why people, like, do they just change mind? Like, I think Lee Rocker had something like Curse of Rockabilly in the States, and then he changed to Racing with the Devil or something like that, like when he released it and the rest of the world, and it's the exact same album. So I always wonder about those things. Is there like some legal thing, or you know how back in the day, like whoever released an album in Japan, they would add a bonus track.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, and I understand that kind of, but with this, like, why would you have a different title for the same?
I have no idea.
So I thought that you might have known.
No, I don't know why. I never asked why, actually, but yeah.
Matt Twins wrote like, "Hell, we're gonna listen to these stories with pleasure and big smiles." So they enjoy your interview.
Thank you, Twins.
James wrote, "R.I.P. Thor. He was an excellent frontman, right?"
Definitely the best.
Charlie or Charlie, I was with you guys at the bottom of the hill in San Francisco to the Knitting Factory Hollywood in September 2004.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember those shows. Yeah.
That was a fun, like Knitting Factory Hollywood was a fun venue. I played there, and I've been there only once, and it was with Slim Jim and Lemmy and Danny, and I thought it was a cool venue.
Was it for the Psychobilly Festival or for?
No, we just played regular HeadCat show.
Because I think the one we did with the Kings was the Psychobilly Festival.
Oh, okay. About it, but you know, I was living in San Francisco back in the day, so I didn't know. In 2004, I was living in San Francisco, so I didn't know about it. When did you move to the States?
2009.
2009. Okay.
Yeah.
Over 10 years now, man.
Yeah, 11 years. Goes fast. Goes so
yeah. Jason Burns. I dig all of the bands Monsieur has been in. He's got exceptional taste. I love how he makes slap bass fit perfectly into non-rockabilly situations.
Thank you, Jason.
Like psychobilly situations.
No, actually, I mean, I played. I think half of the album I've been on. I think on non-psychobilly. I think, but I mean, psychobilly is the stuff that really give me, you know, the most pleasure. Either to, like, you know, it's all good memories, great memories. I love playing this style, but I played, you know, I play whatever I can, really.
You played here in with Gypsy Jazz Band with Fabrice Vignati, right?
I played, I think, just like 2 or 3 shows. Yes.
Oh, okay. That's more of a like more chord progressions and more. How do you like playing that?
Yeah, it was cool. I mean, it's always cool to learn new things. You know, it's just like it makes me work, because if not, I practice on the same, you know, I practice on the same songs. I always try to play them differently, but still, it's just, you know, so to have something to do, to have something new to learn, and I always get this panicky moment when I start to have like a set list of things. It's like, oh, what's that? I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that. And then I work a bit on it, and then I get it. But it's always cool to learn people's songwriting style. You know, I think that's always a good exercise.
Do they have like some cool songs? I played a jam with them a couple of times. All right, so back to around the same time when you started Kings, you joined Astro Zombies, right?
Yeah.
It's a French band.
French
band.
We
haven't mentioned them when we talked about French psychobilly.
Yeah, they were from Dijon.
Oh, okay.
I think it was bassist number 4 or 5 when I joined.
You for the Astros?
Yeah.
When was this from?
Probably 2004 4, maybe 5. I think 2005. I think it was a first. I think it might have been our first tour here. I don't know. I don't know where it is actually.
And with them, you also released 2 albums, right?
Yeah, a live album and a studio album. Yeah.
Is okay. And you seem like to work like on a few projects at the same time.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
How do you like that? Do you like being focused on few things, or you prefer like to be focused on one thing at a time?
I mean, if I get the opportunity to play, if I have the time and opportunity to play, it's just I would do as much as possible, But it's sad. There was a time where you cannot be like. There was a time where I was playing with a lot of people, and it's kind of hard to schedule things. I don't want to let people down. So it's cool if I can have like a backup bass player on some project. It was like Surf Rats and a couple of people playing for them. Simon from Spellbound. So some people kind of play for me. But yeah, it's great, especially if it's with different styles. If it's the same style, I don't need to have 5 bands. But if I can do psychobilly and I can do a ska thing and an Americana thing, then I'm happy because I do different styles.
What would you say was the highlight of your career so far?
Band wise or?
I mean, music wise.
Music wise. I don't really know. I mean, because of that, I had to look back on things, and and when I look at the albums I've done, I think it's about 30 albums now, and it's funny because I don't realize it. Sometimes I forget, and I mean, band wise, Kings. Being in the Kings was great, and then playing with people I never thought I would play with. Like, ended up playing with Roddy Radiation from the Specials, and also a tour with Linval, the other guitarist from the Specials. I would never have expected to play with those guys because I love ska, I love two-tone, and so suddenly.
How did that happen? Like with Roddy?
Some guy, I think it was through Johnny Bowler, which is the bass player from the Bats, Gonna Bats. He got offered the job, and Roddy was touring in the States with the Skabilly Rebels, so it's a mix of rockabilly and ska. And Johnny couldn't do it, so he gave me the contact. I called. They had a bass player, Kevin Stewart from Big Sandy, who was doing most of the tour, but I think he couldn't do the last 3 or 4 shows. So I talked with them, and they said, I'm playing upright bass. I only play upright bass. And but it's like, no problem. So they sent me a set list, and I think by the time the thing was happening, and the tour was pretty disorganized from what I understood from Kevin. By the time it was my turn to join, they decided to call me. It's like, can you play electric bass? I was like, no. I play upright bass only, and so there was a lot of back and forth, and at the end they had no choice. So I met them to do a rehearsal. I met Roddy, and I realized I knew the drummer, Dino, was playing with, I forgot with who right now, but anyway. So I did a few songs. I did like 2 or 3 songs on upright. I played like some of the special songs, that the one that was more problematic. And Roddy was just like, okay, that'll work. And that was it. I did like 3 or 4 songs, and that was it. And then I did a show, I think, the day after. And so I did those 3 shows, and maybe like 6 months or a year later, there was another tour, and they called me right away. And they were like, okay, do you want to do the whole tour? And I said yes, and it was so disorganized that I ended up booking the shows and being the road manager, and which I did every time we were doing stuff. There was a couple of guys helping us in some places, and I would book everything around it, and I would play a show, and it was great because it made me learn. I love the specials, and it made me learn. Try to copy as much as I could from Horace Spencer, the original bass player, and he's just a great electric bass player, and I was just trying to learn those like the 8 stuff, like almost like a disco bass line, and that was great to play that and try to slap on it when I could or not, and so that was it. I was doing the US Cabaret Rebels.
Are you still playing with that band?
He hasn't been here for a while. We were supposed to do something in this November, but as you know.
But no. So you are basically the official bass player for Radiation now.
In the US, yeah.
In the US, he has different
guys. Lineup. Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay.
He's playing in the UK a lot.
Oh, okay, with the same band. I mean, just different people.
Yeah.
It seems that you kind of like kept in touch with all these people in Europe, and while managing to play a decent amount here in the States as well. And I often see when I see your name, like a Guitar Slingers with Doyley, right?
Yeah, Doyley. Yeah,
that's from UK, right?
From UK.
Have you toured with them? Do you tour with them?
No. I just did the first few shows. I think it was just before I moved. I think, or I think it was something like that. And it was just like a few shows in France, and I think also Finland. But I was mostly recording. Every time I would go through the UK, like with the Kings, for example, Dolly would contact me and say, like, do you have some hours to kill? Come to my place. So I would go to his place. I could stay at his place for the night, and then I would, it would be like, okay, I got 6 tracks, do as much as you can. So sometimes it would be, just the guitar and the drum machine. I would play bass over it. And one time I came over, and we did. I think in a day we had an album worth. I forgot what it was called. 6-string bandito, I think, was the one. And this one was only covers, but every time I would meet with Djordje, he always had something for me to record on, which was great because it was always really fun. It was just like, just go for it. Just go for it, So.
That's so cool. And you played Adios Amigos with him as well.
Yeah, Adios Amigos, as well.
And a couple of people asked if you can talk about, Coffin Base 666 wrote to tell me more about playing with Heathen Apostles. That's what happened right around that time, right?
Yeah, Heathen Apostles, actually. Yes, it was 2010 or 11, maybe 11, forgot. I think it was through the Dirt Dobbers, Shack Shakers were staying at our place when they had a show in LA, and they had lunch the next day with Chopper Franklin, ex-Cramps bass player. And so we went there, and then we talked, and Chopper was looking for a bass player to do Americana, kind of a weird Americana project. He had a singer, Mather, and so we started to do that. The 3 of us at first. Same kind of thing, would send me some tracks. I would go to the studio, record, and then we tried a few people, and then at the end, the core lineup is us 3 plus Luis Mascaro. Is a Brazilian violin player, and sometimes we have a drummer, sometimes not. And we recorded 4 albums and quite a lot of EPs as well.
Oh, that's cool. And it's that band is still around, right?
Yeah. We were supposed to be in Europe in September for 5 weeks. I think we recorded an EP 2 months ago, 3 months ago.
Oh, okay. During the lockdown.
Yeah, we did a video as well. We did a live concert recording. Yeah, they're always busy. Chopper and Mother are always, working on stuff. They always have ideas for visual, for music, and I receive tracks from time to time. Sometimes they won't go anywhere. It's just an ideas that we never work on, or maybe like a year later it show up. But they always have songs, always stuff to do.
That's cool. It's good to be productive like that.
They definitely
All
are.
right, so we're now in the mostly in the States. So while you are in, I mean, since you moved here in the States, you toured with bands that you're not, I guess, official member. You mentioned Radiation, but also the Buster Shuffle. How was that?
It's a British ska band, kind of a madness type with a keyboard player, singer, and I saw them. I was a big fan of the band. I saw them play in LA at the Viper Room, and something on the first 2 albums they have an upright bass player who doesn't slap, but he's an upright bass, and so I went to see them, and they had no upright bass. They had a lineup change, the new album out with an electric bass player. And I was just like, well, if one day, the usual, every time I do something, one day you need someone in the States, I play upright bass. And they contacted me for a show some months later. It was punk rock bowling in Vegas. And it's the same kind of thing. They were like, send me the tracks, learn the thing. It was cool because it was challenging, to play in a different style and everything, and there was no slap there, and some kind of thing. A few days before, or like a week before the show, it's like, by the way, can you play electric bass? It's like, no, I don't play electric bass, and some kind of thing. They had no choice, so I did the show, and then it went well, but it was like, it's kind of place you play at 2:00 in the afternoon outside in Vegas in May, and you play for like 40 minutes. That was it. That was the show. And then there's a tour booked with Mighty Bosstones. It was supposed to be, I think, I got maybe like 4 or 5 weeks tour. And the bass player left the band, the electric bass player, so they asked me to do it. And I could do only a part of it. But complicated story, pretty much just before the tour, they were like, well, actually, our second guitarist, the guitarist is going to become bass player and electric bass player, and we have another guitarist. So they said, well, I said, well, I learned the songs. Why don't I just do the California run, from San Francisco to San Diego with my upright, 2 guitars, and then after that, they had a few days off, and then he was going to Arizona and to Texas, and then after that, you can switch to guitarist, play electric bass, blah blah blah. So we agreed on that. So I showed up, and I love Mighty Bosstones. So he was just like playing those big venues, and it was great. Loved it. Loved the guys. I love the style, and I would sneak in a couple of slapping it from time to time when I could. But yeah, it was. I did like, I think 6 shows maybe on big venues. The Bosstones were really, really welcoming, and it was cool because San Diego, I was saying goodbye to Joe, the bass player, and to someone else, and to the singer, and they were just like, "Why are you leaving?" And I explained, "Well, I explained the story, the bass player, blah blah." And we're like, Joe was saying, like, "No, you should keep the opera bass. It's like, it's visually, it's great. It's like," he said, like, it's like living in, it's a different style. It's a great instrument for a different style." And I completely agree with that. And the singer and Dickie was say like, "Well, it sucks, if maybe if we're not really happy with it, maybe we can fly you to join the tour. So that was really nice of them to say that, even though it would not happen, but it was really cool. So I played that show and then went back to LA.
It seems that lots of people are asking you to play bass guitar.
Yeah, it's funny. They book me, and I always say I only play upright bass. Always.
So you never played bass guitar?
No. When I did the Buster Shuffle thing, there was a moment where it's like, okay, I'm going to try. So I called Patricia from Horror Pops. It's like, she said like, oh, I have an electric bass you can borrow and try it. So I tried it. It was really awkward, Plus I was really, really heavy on my way of playing because I'm so used to playing on that. So the traction is not the same. The pressure is like, it didn't feel natural at all to me. So I tried for a few days and was like, give it back to Patricia. I was like, nah. I would tell them. Yeah.
I always finish these shows with, never fret. Slide it in.
Exactly.
It's all about the upright bass.
Plus, I think it's also an education thing. It's like, it's great, I think, for people to see that you can have an upright bass and play, Living End Style or Buster Shuffle or Roddy or whatever, that you can take the instrument, but people have, ideas about, it's jazz, or it's rockabilly, or it's psychobilly, and then you take this instrument and use your technique to play another style, and I think that's great.
It's just the best instrument. Let's be
objective. It is.
Another band that you toured with, or artist that you toured with, is a Sue from Zombie Ghost Train, right?
Mm-hmm.
How was that?
That was great. I mean, I met him in LA, and he stopped psychobilly for a while, and he has his American country project called Menkos 2. He moved to Nashville, and but people were asking him to do Zombie Ghost Train songs, so he asked me to, John. We had James Mesa from tons of bands who played with Jeff Alfredo and Tiger Army. Just Mesa on drums, and I love playing with Jam, so that was really cool to be able to play. On this picture, it was Gable from Astro Zombies, Guitar Slinger, Surf Rats, and now Demented Argo on drums. And it was cool because we would do Zombie Ghost Train songs, which I wasn't too familiar with. I had the first 2 albums, I think, but it was, I never listened, but they had some really cool bass lines, and song construction was really cool. Backing vocals that I wouldn't do because the bass player has a really higher voice than me. I couldn't do that, and he's a great singer. I don't touch that. I'm good dude, like gang backing vocals, and so that was cool. I would play like psychobilly, and then the next day we play the country Americana thing. So I would help him out when he needed me.
And this song is from Pineda, right?
That's Pineda. I think 2 nights before, we played the Zombie Ghost Train songs, and then we were playing the afternoon. It's in a bar, and we were playing Menkos 2.
And I'm so bummed. Like I was supposed to play Pineda with Tiger Army this year, but never happened.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard you talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I never even been there, so it's kind of I was pretty excited. Hopefully, it's going to happen one of these days.
Yeah.
And tell me about this show.
So there was Stu plays Zombie Ghost Train in Long Beach for the Long Beach Cyclone, and then Jeff Alfredo was there, and Stu asked him like, "Do you want to play a song with us?" And we borrowed another upright bass, and we had two bass amps, and we played like I think it was Teddy Boy Boogie on that song, and it was great. I love playing with two basses. It's always fun if you know how to behave and let the other guy play when he's playing something a bit more, more slap or whatever. You have to stay in the background and just play like root stuff, and then it was really fun. Plus, I love Jeff Rufredo, and he's a great bass player, so it was cool.
There's another shot. Yeah, Jeff was the guest like 2 weeks ago.
He has the record of 6 hours.
Yeah, 6 hours. We have like some new comments here, so let me check that out. Let's go like towards the end. You have a question for one gentleman here that was also our guest, and I will let you read it because I read that you guys know how to pronounce each other's accents. So
it is Kim de Cromont. That is your favorite non-French red wine. What is your favorite American ficelle? Non-French red wine. It kind of feels weird.
Does it exist, non-French red wine?
Yeah, I must say. I mean, Italian, Spanish, Argentinian, Chilean, even American. You can find really good stuff. But talking about French,
not Danish, right?
Huh?
Not Danish.
No, there's not much about Danish food or alcohol that's worth mentioning. Talking about wine with Kim is like, I don't know, just a waste of time. Just a waste of time. I cannot do that.
Oliver asked you, the photo with you and Doily, is that from the airliner?
Correct. It's on the Arana. I played there with different bands over the years. Yeah.
Before you owned it.
Yeah. And before we closed it. Yeah.
When did you open that? When did you become an owner of the venue?
Actually, I'm part owner because it's my wife and a friend Sean who are the owners. But we opened in end of January for 7 weeks. Then COVID, we closed mid-March. We opened 1st of October for 7 weeks and closed 22nd of November.
When are you opening again? Do you know?
2021.
Yeah, for 7 weeks again. Hopefully longer.
Who knows? Yeah, who knows?
All right. So do you have is airline anywhere on social media?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so wherever all these Los Angeles people that are watching us, make sure to.
It's the Airliner LA.
It's what?
Airliner LA.
Airliner LA, and make sure to visit and try some good food and hang out with the Slapstream star of the episode number 27. Yes, you can even ask for the autograph and the photo. I'm not sure if you're doing photos, but since we're talking about wines, like Nikki said that in Argentina, I can't wait to go back, not just because of the wine, but just because
I've never been. I always wanted to go there.
You never played? I played Argentina. It's really cool. I loved, like touring South America was really special. I wanted to go to South America for a long time, and when the opportunity came up, I was like right on it. I loved it. I can't wait to go back, really.
Yeah. I've toured Mexico with Astro Zombies and Surf Rats. And then I went to Brazil with Flintstones and Surf Rats and Astro Zombies.
It seems that in South America, rock and roll is still kind of the thing.
It is, definitely.
Comparable to the kind of rest of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Cloudberry says, I really hope Zombie Ghost Train will come back. What's going on? I miss Sue's voice. What's going on with Sue these days?
Stu is in Nashville. You can just find him on social media. Man called Stu. Is I think he's recording an album now. He's doing a lot of. He's playing. He's also a drummer as well. So he played drums with some Americana band. He's recording a lot and is doing podcasts and stuff like that. And he's really productive.
Nice.
Check him out.
Let me see. Oh, James is asking the bar that did those crusty punk shows on Tuesday and Thursday. That airliner.
That one, and it's been redone and
it's ready to rock and roll.
Yeah,
back when it opens.
Yeah.
Again. And Olaf says, awesome shows here in Mexico. Definitely, Mexico is one of my favorite places, especially with Molotov.
I've seen the videos. That was really cool. Look really cool.
It's crazy. It's just the best. And Betty is confirming that airliner is gorgeous now. All right, so we mentioned that quite a few people that you toured with in the States. Stu. We haven't mentioned Mad Dog Cole from the Crewmen. How was that?
That was cool. I did I just did a few shows. I think I did one show for them in Europe, just before I moved, or maybe just before I moved, because the bass player couldn't do it, and they came maybe like a year later to the US for a few shows. I think for a festival when the venue was closed down the day of the festivals, when we ended up playing some backyard party somewhere, and we did a couple of other shows. That was fun. I love Crewmen, and it was great to play some of those songs.
So you were playing Crewmen songs?
I think half was Crewmen, half was his solo album, the Mad Dog Cole solo album, the first one at least that I know of.
James is asking you about the airliner. He asked, I guess he's basically asking who's the booking agent. He's dying to play the airliner.
Who knows when there's going to be shows? It's not from me. I don't do anything. I have nothing to do with the booking. We have something on the website for the booking.
Okay, so go to the website and try to get with the booking person. And Mark Pennington, were you playing the Caravans songs with him?
Yes. I think he came here on holidays, and with his son, who's a drummer, and he asked me if he would be interested in playing a show for him, like Mark Pennington plays Caravan songs at the airliner upstairs. And so he bought a guitar for the show, and he left the guitar here. So I have a guitar here from him. That was same thing. I love Caravans, so it's great to play, Caravan songs. It's great. It's fun to play stuff that I listened to, for years. I would never imagine I would ever play that song. So I always say yes to all these kind of things.
That's so cool. You gave me a few photos that I actually haven't featured, so I'd like to do that now. This one is with the Flintstones, right?
Funny Flintstones. From my outfit, it was a New Year's Eve in Italy. I forgot 2008, 7, maybe like that. I was dressed as a French person, just so Kim, you can say it. I look French.
Whose bass was this?
I think it was. It was organized by Evil Devil Italian band, so it might have been their bass.
And these are Heathen Apostles?
Heathen Apostles, yes, correct.
Okay. And
that's Happy Driver. I mean, JC is the singer of Happy Drivers, and we were playing Happy Drivers song that was in Japan.
You traveled to Japan quite a few times, right?
Yes, the first time. So I've been trying to go to Japan for years. It never happened. And then I think 2000, I would say maybe 15, the Flintstones we're going to Japan, and I had them out in the States from time to time, and they say like, "Do you want to go to Japan?" It's like, yes. So I went to Japan. We had a few shows. It was great. Talk about culture shock. Audience was amazing. People were so nice, and then so we did a few shows and went back, and I was like, okay, I've done it. I've done Japan. I'm really happy, even though it was just like maybe like 4 cities. And then I played Pineda maybe a year later, and there was a band there called Mutsumi and the Rat Bones, who was also, Mutsumi was a singer of Japanese psychobilly, Battle of Ninja Mans, and he had this band that was, especially in Japan, was this like, the drummer, they had a percussionist, they had a guy playing flute, they had like maybe like 3 guitarists or 2 guitarists, they had dancers, they had someone dancing tango, one of the guitarists danced tango with his wife. It was a crazy show, and then they played a smaller version of that in Pineda that year at the beach bar, and which I thought was really funny, really great musicians. And after the show, I was on the beach, and Mutsumi came to me and said, like, "Do you want to record a couple of songs for us?" And I said yes, and I thought it was, he would send me some tracks. I would play bass from a studio in the US and the tracks, but actually they invited me to go to Japan to record, and the 2 songs turned into 8 songs. And it was a great experience because, first of all, I felt really honored and really weird to be flown to Japan to record, and especially because he had a bass player, a really good bass player in the band already, and he was the guy who lent me his bass. So he was at the studio, he brought me his bass, and I felt really awkward to play in his band, But I did the recording, and it was one of the funniest recording because I didn't know what they wanted of me. They didn't tell me what they wanted of me. I didn't know if they wanted like lots of slap or whatever. So I play a song with a sound guy, and then I try different things, and then they would come into the room and they would be like, and it's like, so what do you want? You want more triple slap, less, blah, blah. It's like, as you want. And they were really like stone faces. And I was just like, I would record something, they would come and be like, and that was it. And I was really getting like really nervous because it's like, I don't know what you want. And then I recorded like a couple of songs that first day, and I was just like, they were like, who comes there? Are you happy with it? It's like, yeah, I'm happy with it. So, okay, we're happy with it. And that was really funny. And then I realized that was the way they were in front of me, but they were really happy. Monica, my wife, was there with me, and they were really like, they're really talking to her about it, but not to me about it. So I played those 8 songs. It was a great experience. They took such great care of us. Then we traveled a bit in Japan, and people would meet us from different bands or whatever, and they would take us out for dinner, for drinks. It was really a great experience, and I met a lot of good people that I'm always in touch with. And then they invited me to come back with Surf Rats because, for whatever reason, Surf Rats, as a kind of a indie hit song in the, I think, 88 or 89, Gaz, the singer, had no idea about that. And there was a song called Just Looking that was playing in the clubs there. Like, you would have, one, and then we would have Surf Rats, and they would have like the 52s or whatever. So when we went there, it was really a fun experience to see people like sing along to that song. And we loved the experience. And then I did some shows with, I was asked to do a tour with Surf Rats and Happy Drivers, or playing Happy Drivers song. So it was me and the drummer, the same drummer, Gable, playing in both bands. So one night was Surf Rats, one night was Happy Drivers. Third night was both bands, then Surf Rats and Happy Drivers and both bands. And that was really fun too.
And what is the name of that Japanese band that called you, that invited you?
Mutsumi and the Rat Bones.
Oh, okay. Are they still around?
Yes, yes, they had a few albums out. It's really fun music. My biggest regret in Japan is not speaking the language because, well, first of all, not too many people speak English, but also all the bands that I've seen, there seems to be a lot of exchange between the singer or the musician and the audience. There seems to be a lot, almost like stand-up comedy, because in between songs, the singer would say some story for like a couple of minutes. Everybody would be laughing, and then they play a song, and it would happen with every band, like psychobilly bands, rock and roll bands that I've seen would play it. There was always this kind of like funny banter, storytelling, and everybody would be laughing. And us, the Westerners would be like, what's happening? What is it? What are they talking about?
You were stone-faced then.
Yeah, definitely. And it would be like, just like, we're missing out. And Mutsumi seems to be a really good entertainer like that. He was really good at that.
That's so cool. We have a comment from Charlie. Go Psycho. Come on, Thomas. Stop being so French. Stop talking. Pick up your bass and slap it. Show up your magic. We need your tricks. I think it's time for some slapping.
Okay.
And some slap tricks.
Yeah. Can I just have a 1 minute break?
All right. So
I have to run to the
yeah.
We can talk about.
Yeah, of course. All right, Charlie. Thomas is getting ready to slap the bass and show us his tricks. If you guys have any requests, let us know. Last time he was debating what he's going to be playing, so I think it's now a good time to write down some suggestions. And in the meantime, while he's doing that, I would like to thank a few donations that we received. So thanks so much. If you feel donating, PayPal and Venmo links are in the description below. And also, please check out the Patreon. That's the main thing, how you can support the channel. I offer a bunch of cool perks over there. So even Slapstream shout out. So thanks a lot for the support. I see all these people piling up every time. And even when we do the 6-hour live stream, Slapstream, so I'm doing it for you. So thanks so much. I see it's worth it, especially during these crazy times when there's no live music. It means a lot to have a connection with real people, real fans, and real slap bass players. Is Slapsville going to start a TikTok? I'm not sure. And I started my my TikTok. The link is below. I'm Bullfiddle Cat everywhere if you want to follow me. But I'm not sure about Slapsville. I mean, I need some help. Even with all these projects with Art of Slap Bass and Slapstream, I have Ryan Gould helping me out, and then Nikki from Argentina gonna join with some After Effects. I had Fernando as well, so it's so thanks a lot. If anyone feels like volunteering a little bit for the Slapstream and Art of Slap Bass, send a message at contact@artofslapbass.com or follow Art of Slap Bass on Instagram and Facebook. All right, I think it looks like that FANTOMAS is ready to rock and roll.
I don't know how you could do 6 hours with Jeff, not run to the bathroom every 2 minutes. Okay. I think, Jeff, for Jason, okay, it's just 3 chords, but it's the Champagne for All stuff, if I remember well. Something like that.
All right. You have also a request to play something from Kings of Nothing.
Oh shit! What's up?
Do you have anything?
um,
Do you remember it? Something? Sure you do. Choose anything.
let me. I just remember maybe the intro from one song. That was the intro from Judge or Jury, I think.
Funny thing, but not somebody, Alphonse just requested Judge No Jury, so we're on track. And you got lots of handshakes and all of these. People love seeing you play. Now is the time of the Slapstream when I would like to talk a little bit about slap terminology that you're using.
Yes.
So, can you show me and show us basically all the slap patterns that you're using, and how do you usually name them, if you have any particular name for all these patterns?
It's funny because for me it was always like, I mean, I never really go further than terminology like triple slap. For me it was always like simple slap. Simple. That was the double. That was a triple. And maybe it's a drag, I don't know. But that's pretty much it. It was simple. But yeah, I don't really know what a quadruple slap is, or yeah. I don't think I play more than a triple, to be honest.
Well, you play that thing that you call, and some other people call, drag. Do you remember when you started playing that particular pattern?
I think it was when I was playing with I think with Shaltai, because we did like some Irish music, and there's no drums on it, so I had to do a lot of like percussive things. This kind of thing. So yeah, I think I started to play Irish music, and then I used it to rock and roll stuff. Yeah.
And you mentioned sample, right?
Sample.
Yeah. And that's the one that you use when you pull the string, but you also have that palm slap in a
yeah,
right?
Actually, I do have. But for me, it's just like, I mean, I don't count it as a double.
Okay. And so how would you call the slap that it's just pulling the string?
Like that, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, same. Same.
Okay, so you would still consider it slap, but you
Yeah,
would not
for me,
call it simple.
yeah, for me, as long as I think what I call a simple slap for me would be just that one time, when I come back, because I kind of always do that. I don't really have something when I'm playing like, I always have to. I always have this sound.
Okay, and another thing that I wanted to ask you, I noticed in your playing, I mean, and when I interviewed you for the Art of Slap Bass website, that you guys should definitely check it out. Go to artofslapbass.com and go to the interview section. And Thomas was the first psychobilly person I interviewed on the website, and you played lots of pull-offs and kind of like a hammer-ons and stuff like that. And I always like that in your playing. Do you mind demonstrating that a little bit?
I don't really think of them actually. It's the kind of thing that I do without thinking. So when I have to think about it, I'm just like, how am I doing that already? I remember seeing a jazz guy I knew playing that. He was always doing, and I was like, oh, that's so cool. I have to steal that.
See, you have a comment from Oliver. So if you had to explain that, are you able to? If you had to explain the pull-up hammer-ons or whatever you call it, how do you call it, that style?
I mean, how do I call it?
You call them pull-offs?
Yeah, I would take that name. I take that name, pull-offs. Yeah.
Okay. At the end of the day, I'll become like the nerdiest person that knows all these details about it. And I'm like, I just want to go tour and play, party, write music, record music. And, since nobody's doing this, I think that all these great, slap bass players deserve like to be presented somehow. So I kind of got this, I don't know, how do you call this? I guess YouTuber thing. So that, I really want to make this slap bass the thing that everybody should understand and accept that slap is just a regular, upright bass technique. So we're talking about pull-offs now. When did you start playing that?
I had a friend, the first guy actually who showed me who was working in the studio with the bass on his back and told me to go to the bar. The first guy I ever met to play bass that I talked to, Franz, he was doing that a lot. He was always at his side. He wasn't slapping anymore. He was playing jazz, but I was like. So I always try to put it in what I'm doing.
It definitely sounds cool. And actually, let me grab my bass, so you can show me that for a little bit. You do that mostly on G string, right?
Yeah, it's easiest.
Okay.
One.
All right, so figure out a cool line on G while I grab my bass, and then do like a little thing here with with pull-offs, and so this is the real reason why I'm doing the slap stream, so I can learn from all these great bass players, and you guys should also go in your bass and learn from Thomas.
No, baseline. Baseline.
All right, I think I'm ready. So show me the simplest possible way, and then you can do it. Which notes are you going to be using? So we're on G string, right?
Yeah, but I'm going to start with a D. I'm going to do like. It's like D. It's like
So okay, so one step at a time. So I'm not the fastest learner. So we're going D, and then D octave, and then A and G, right?
Yeah, it's like D, E, C, G.
Okay, let's do that one. All right, so whoever has it's did I get it right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, so
Of course you will.
whoever has its bass. So the line is open D, and then you do pull-offs, in this case with fourth and first finger, and the notes are C. Right?
Yep. That's it.
Okay. I like using I like your comments. I like using these, pull-offs, and sometimes, and I found it in particular that it works great for on a G string. And one funny thing is that I heard that for the first time, as far as slappers go, like from Gilles Chevaucherie. Is that how you pronounce his last name?
Yeah, chevaucherie, yes.
And have you ever heard him? Sorry, have you ever seen him play live?
Never seen him play. Actually, when I was playing with Tony Marlowe, with Betty and the Bops, we were playing those jazz clubs. It was mostly for dance clubs and stuff like that. They were doing like swing and rock and roll dance, school dance stuff. And then the guy after the show came to me. He said like, "Oh, that's really cool what you do." Like older guy compared to my age at the time. It's like, "Oh, thank you." And then maybe like some days later, Tony said, "Oh, by the way, I got to talk to you. This is him. This is how he plays." He played me a song with a bass solo. I'm just like, what is that? How is he doing that? I still have that solo on the tape, and it's for whatever reason, I just got a solo. I don't know the name of the band. I don't know the album. I don't know the name of the song. It's just like that 1 minute solo. I cut it before and I cut it after. That's all I have of that thing. And over the years, I find the tape again. I was just like, how is he doing that? And I've seen videos now, but there was something I recorded probably like in the 80s or maybe early 90s with a jazz band or like a rock and roll band. And it's funny because it almost sounds like a heavy metal, like almost like, it does a lot of like stuff like that. That would, if you know the rhythm section and just all guitar, that would be really, that could fit as well, because he plays a lot of his and but he does a lot of stuff that to this day I don't know what he does, but he's an amazing bass player.
He's an amazing, there's like a few of you like in France, it's interesting because I mean, I guess like slap tradition existed in France like since Django and hot jazz, gypsy jazz days, but still, when I heard Gilles for the first time, it was amazing. I mean, I was blown away. Like he's still one of my favorite slappers of all time.
Yeah,
And,
me too, mine too.
great dude. I went with Nicolas Duboucher on his 60th birthday party.
Oh wow!
Maybe 10 years ago, and he was playing one of the jazz clubs in Paris. I remember that, I think that was the one thing that I remember besides he's playing, and he let me play his bass and and jam with I forgot who was he playing with. I think Jean-Paul Amoureux or somebody like that.
There was the guy that was always playing those jazz clubs. Yeah.
Yes, but and he often has Gilles. So if you're in France, like as whoever is watching this anytime, make sure to check out Gilles Chevaucherie or anywhere in the world. He played in so many cool bands. I think that his band that he played slap the earliest it would be Haricot Rouge, and he played lots of slap with that band, and he played with Memphis Slim subbing for Willie Dixon, which is like, I guess, the coolest thing ever.
Did he record anything with Slim or not?
I do not have any of his recordings with Memphis Slim. I don't think so. I do have probably more than 10 records with Gilles Chevaucherie, but I do not recall having anything with Memphis Slim. One of the things that you mentioned, like we talked about G string and pull-offs. I think that one of the things that he was doing was kind of like lots of like single slaps. I call single slaps.
Yeah.
But with pull-offs, like stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I incorporated that in my playing, but I thought it's really cool. All right, I think do you want to show anything else, or I think I like this line that you showed me.
Okay. I mean, what do I do?
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to. This is like, trying to like keep these lessons for ages to come. So if there's anything in particular that you would like to show, now's the time. But I'm happy with the lesson that you gave us.
Okay. A stuff that I do often, that I use, and I love this. It's like the ska or disco bass line. This kind of like the 8 stuff. I did a lot of that with Roddy. There was this song from a special called Concrete Jungle, and the bass solo. Not the bass solo, the guitar solo. It was cool to follow because it's a lot of like. So like. I love this kind of thing. I always.
All right, so choose like the first 4 bars and give me the notes so I can, I can try to play like Thomas.
It's E, B, B, C, C, D, D, C, C. It's really just.
Okay. One thing at a time. So there's no open strings, right?
No.
Okay. So what is the first note?
E.
Okay.
E and E.
Sorry. So first one is E.
Yeah. It's like. Yeah, low E.
Open E or this one?
Oh, I prefer this one. On the A string.
Okay.
B, same thing. C, B, C.
Okay. So
B,
it's
B,
E.
C, D.
What's going on after C?
Go to D, then back to C, D, and then go back to the E after that. Same thing. It's like it goes like that.
Well, let's try without slap first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And then with slaps.
That's right. We do the same.
Okay, just the line.
So.
Oh, okay. So it's twice long. Okay,
Yeah,
so
right, yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me do it one more time.
Mhm.
So whoever is following, so octaves, we are starting on. We're just going to be playing on A string and G string, starting with E note, then B, then C, then D, then twice on C, twice on D, and that repeats. All right, so we're going to be working just on that particular line. Okay, so did I get it right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's a good line. All right, so I'm just supposed to add the triple slaps now.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Can you show it to me?
so, yeah, that's good. Sorry, I'll do the same thing I showed you.
So it's wait, the slaps are first or second? So when we do slow, is it like
It's like that pretty much.
okay, so let me try to do it one slow.
Yeah.
Right?
That's the one. Yeah.
Okay. What is the tempo that you're playing? All right, and okay, all right. So let me try to play it in that tempo. I'll play it one slower just to make sure that I got it right. So you can follow me because I'm learning now. Thomas is the professor, so follow me with a slower tempo. All you viewers, and hopefully we're gonna get to FANTOMAS tempo in a second.
Yeah.
Right?
That's
All
right.
Let me try to speed it up now. I play a little bit different setup, a little
Yeah.
steel strings and all of that, but
Yeah.
I'm getting close.
Yeah, that's that. Yeah. That's that. Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot. It seems that people enjoy it. All right, let me see. Djordje, are you using magnetic side of your pickup right now? Not sure what you mean by that, James. I'm doing my pickups are here, but I'm not using pickups at all. I'm only using my microphone. If that's the question, I have this one for my voice. It's a Mojave MA50, and I'm using. Let me see if I can show it to you. Using this one for my bass, it's Mojave 200, and Mojave, huge huge shout out to Mojave. They've been sending me these cool microphones out and for years. All right, let me do this one more time so to make sure that I'm not forgetting for the lesson with Thomas. So all octaves.
That's it.
All right.
And you
Thank
can you can spice it up by doing you can spice it up by doing like
all right.
the last double C and double D you play from the high to the low, you know, just like
Oh, sorry, I couldn't hear the difference. Can you do it slower?
yeah. So yeah. Instead of doing
just like change it. So play from a higher note first.
yes.
Okay. In which pattern?
That's the when you do the double C and double D.
Double C. So instead of just to play.
Yeah.
Is that a thing?
That's the thing. Yeah.
All right. Let me try it. First, slower. Sorry. Right?
That's the one.
Let me do one more time faster. You know, I'm not playing bass. I'm not sure about you, but I'm not playing bass almost at all.
No, the only reason I played bass, for example, like last week, was because Slim Jim called me to do one song. So it's like they sent me one song. Like I got something to do, but you know, it was pretty fast because it was like in the evening for the next day. So that was it. And I went to the studio. I did two tracks and 2 tries, and I was out. So when you told me, you know, Tuesday about today, it's like I have something to, you know, play for, even though I don't know what to play. It's like at least I have to, you know, be back a bit of in shape. So it was cool to practice for something.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I should start another another live stream when I can just play so I can practice.
Yeah, it's funny at the beginning
I'm gonna do like one more time click,
Go.
and then we're gonna get back to our chairs.
Yeah, that's that.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Put back the bass, and you can do the same. All right. We got some comments in the meantime. Thanks for all these compliments. Thomas is great. You have wow from Raphael. I think I did answer this. Nikki, I like all the mixture between simple double and triple slaps. You do. Then magic happens. Yes.
I saw a comment from Kim asking, "Oh wow, what kind of microphone you use?" It's
I saw that. You know, like let me see. Oh, okay. So Kim wonders like what kind of microphone is Thomas?
It's because I'm using Patricia's microphone. when you asked me on Tuesday to do this show, I was like, I don't have any microphone, I don't have any gear. So I texted Patricia, and she's like, you can use my mic. It's okay. So,
right.
Thank you, Patricia.
So Kim, now you know which microphone Thomas is using. So I highly recommend it. Thank you, Charlie. It is fun, especially fun to learn some new licks. And we got these thumbs up. Okay, so another question. Oh, Mad Twins. Oh, sorry, I did something. So, okay. All right. So, Charlie is saying, "Are you aware, guys, that on stage everybody is looking at the slap basses, but is actually listening to the guitarist?" I don't think we have to answer that because Burns Info, meaning AKA Jason Burns.
Actually,
I'm not aware of that, but your bassist must suck.
Charlie actually is a bass player. Charlie is a great bass player who was a French guy who moved to Canada. He's in Montreal, and he played with. Used to have the Hypnophonics, I think, and the Lab Rats. He's been playing in the French scene for a long time, before my time.
Ah, okay. All right. So, Charlie, your bassist doesn't suck. Very cool playing from Mad Twins. Oh, James wrote, your bass doesn't echo like Thomas was, so I thought you were amp. No, I'm not plugged in. I'm just using. I have like two microphones, Mojave, and if you're looking for a microphone, I really recommend this one, MA200 for bass. This one is good for this purpose, but MA200 is excellent for the bass. I'm thinking to try also Mojave MA300 and 2000. So next time I'm in Burbank, I should probably stop by Mojave and get one of those. I think we answered on all these questions. Yes, we did.
I see that James say Baby Ben Double. It's the Flintstones song to do a solo on.
Oh, okay. Are you going to do that next time?
Not
next time, at the end of the show?
I can try. We never played that song live. That was the last time I played it was 2003 or something like that. So yeah.
Josue, Arana, what did you guys do to kill time while on the road? I'm not sure if he's asking about Frantic Flintstones or the Kings or some other bands.
I mean, usually I'm a bit like you from what I mean, if I'm in a new city, there's places I want to see. First of all, I want to walk around the city. I want to, I'm going to check the food. I got my number one is checking the record stores. This is what I do every place I go, any kind of band I'm with. It's like, I mean, thank God now there is iPhones so I can check online. But before I used to write down notes on paper about the record stores in different cities, try to find a map. But now I'm just like, okay, record stores around me. And through that, I can go walk around the city, check the food, whatever monuments. And I usually bring back tons of records after all my tours. I also have tons of books with me, always. I got always piles of books when I end up a tour. And then there is meeting with all the friends and the parties. I mean, going drinking.
Yeah, we all miss good old touring.
Mm-hmm.
we're gonna be talking to like this, like, before the pandemic.
Yeah, I know.
Like those old people talking, before the war, things were better.
Yeah, I mean, imagine that there's gonna be in the next 6 months to a couple of years, there's gonna be so many movies and TV shows during pandemics. Everybody's gonna have masks in those movies because that was 2020, So, but hopefully in a year we're back to normal.
Yeah, hopefully we're not going to be talking about. Hopefully we will be talking just about 2020,
Yes.
not like when it started in 2020 and then
Yeah. Every time I talk to friends that I haven't talked to in a long time, it's always like, we end up talking about the same thing. Uh, and COVID, not touring. It's like, I know, but it's like you cannot not talk about it because it's part of
yeah. At
life.
one point we're gonna stop. We're just gonna give up, and it's just like, oh, this is it. Oliver is missing touring. He's
Yeah.
crying apparently.
Diablo Records is Doily.
Uh,
On the
Doyle. Oh, Diablo. Okay, I haven't seen that one. Thomas was the first Slingers bass player. He traveled from France to UK just to record bass at my house. One of the best. Thank you, Doily, for joining, and thank you, Diablo Records.
Doily, I thought you had better things to do with your life than watching bass player talking about bass.
No, there's nothing better. This is good for the mental health for everyone. should be recommended in schools. And Caroline wrote also, y'all's touring is missed. Thank you, Caroline. We all can wait to get back on the road, but thanks a lot for joining us here regularly on the Slapstream. Mad Twins are missing the touring as well. A question from James. Thomas, after the COVID, want to go to Disneyland and ride Space Mountain together?
Oh, that's cute. I've never been to Disneyland.
Oh, really?
Nah.
To the happiest place on earth?
I know. That's why I'm grumpy.
You're not big on Disney?
I mean, the Disney I grew up with, yeah. I mean, I like Disney. I like the idea of it.
Okay. You're not into going to actual Disneyland?
No, I mean, I'm sure I would enjoy it
Okay.
if there are no kids around me. But it would be hard.
Go very early or very, very late.
Yeah,
Or,
exactly.
the first time I went to Disneyland, I mean, I've been to Disneyland over 50 times, I guess. But like first time I went to Disneyland was February 29th. And that's when they're open whole night.
Mm-hmm.
So just wait for the next one. It's really cool because there's no kids and all of that. It's fun. Jason wrote, Thomas is a great ambassador of slap bass. He's the dude that can break through to any genre.
Thank you. Oh, this is for Jason. I'm still waiting, Jason. It's
there's lots of waiting with Jason. Good, but it's worth it. I gotta say, it's worth it. Markov DD, good to see Thomas, hell of a bass player, French too. And Mad Twins are recommending the Space Mountain. There's like still a couple bands that we haven't mentioned that you played during these last few years, and before that I wanted to ask you about where are you recording that record with Slim Jim and Chris?
So far it's been 2 different studios. Friends of Jim, people he played with, and so it's like home studios.
Oh, okay. And so Oliver is asking you about that gig with Slim Jim. With Slim Jim, you only played with Chris. That's always that band, right?
No, actually, it's Slim Jim. I never know who's going to play guitar. He always send me a text if I'm free, in 3 days, kind of thing, and I never know who's going to be the guitarist.
Ah, okay. So you played in several Slim Jim Phantom trio, lineups. So who are the guitar players that you played with him?
There was my brain. The guitarist from the King Bees, which is like a kind of blues rock and roll band from the 80s in LA. There was Tim from the Polecats.
Mm-hmm.
It was him actually who introduced me to Jim. And one time I did a show with Jim and Glenn Matlock from the Pistols.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we had a show in Vegas for a private event from like someone's birthday or something like that, and ended up having to play Sex Pistols songs and Stray Cats and whatever they wanted to play, you know. So that was cool.
So you rehearse with them a lot, right?
Of course I do. Of course I do. It's called set list.
Yeah. Have you ever had like one rehearsal with Jim?
No, never.
Okay.
Never.
I did.
Oh,
I did.
wow. Oh, we
I
had
had
that
like kind of like not a lot, but I had, decent
with Lemmy, yeah?
rehearsals. Sorry?
With Lemmy and Jim, yeah?
With Lemmy, yeah. I never
Yeah.
played with Jim any other projects besides the HeadCat. Always with Danny and Lemmy.
Okay.
And we rehearsed, for every show. Actually, we rehearsed. Lemmy always wanted to rehearse. He wanted us to sound good. Josue, he wrote that this show is the slappiest place on earth. Like that, it is. James, I seen your comment about Thomas's setup, and I will ask him that. We are doing that at the very end of the show. Fano is asking you white or red wine.
You start with wine and finish with red.
All right.
White when it's daytime, when it's sunny, and red when it starts to get, darker and everything. Yeah.
Do you drink wine every day?
Actually, these days, yes. But I mean, even usually, I do drink like a glass or two. A day. Usually a glass, maybe two. But yeah.
Several years ago, you recorded also on the Resurrex album, another Los Angeles psychobilly band that Rofredo was
in, yeah.
Well, when was that? Which album was that?
Dance of the Dead, maybe. That wasn't it. Yeah, I got a call. I got a call from Daniel saying that it was like, I think it was like on a Friday or Saturday, and they asked if I could come on the Monday to record the album because something was happening with the bass player at the time, and so they sent me the tracks, and I think Jeff played one or two songs on it as well, and I played, I don't know, maybe 6 songs on it.
But you never toured with them?
No, I think I did one show or two.
Oh, you did live. You played live with
just around that time after the recording. I think that they were still looking for a bass player, like and then that's why I did a couple of shows, and it wasn't really my style. It wasn't really my style of psychobilly. As much as I like the guys and they're great musicians, it wasn't what I wanted to play. So,
the Resurrex?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So what is the style of psychobilly that you prefer? More like 80s? The original?
No, not particularly. I mean, for example, I really like what Dolly and Slingers do, because it's not 80s, definitely not 80s, but it's I don't really it's tough to be in the psychobilly, but I don't really care so much about the horror theme of things. I think some bands doing perfectly, like Demented Argo. He can sing about zombies in a graveyard. I believe him. Some bands, it's not really. For example, like you said, I love the Quakes. The Quakes these days is one of the only psychobilly band that put an album I would buy without listening to any song before. Paul Roman is a great songwriter. I like his lyrics, yeah, it's one of the rare bands. There are not many bands that I would not listen. Like now you can listen to an album on YouTube or even on their people's page, so you can just preview of the album, and you're like, Yes or no. I like some of it. Quakes, I go for it right away. I don't even have to know anything about it before. Um, uh, yeah, he has always a great line. I mean, West on bass is great. One Carlos
He
on
works
drums,
great with that band. Yeah.
yeah.
It's a good sound for
It's
it.
a perfect lineup.
It is.
And also, I love Rob Peltier, the original bass player. I think is a great bass player. I love everything he done. He's done after that. He did that band. He's doing that band called
Irving Claus.
Irving Claus. I got the 3 albums. You know, it's a bit more garagey. It's great. Good band. Good bass player.
James agrees with you. Mad Twins are asking you, do you like Batmobile?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's funny because they started more on psychobilly, and now they're more like kind of a rock and roll. You know, rock and roll, bit of psychobilly, bit of rockabilly, but more like rock and roll sound. But it's I love bands who have their sound. You know, you play a track, you know, like that's Batmobile. You know, that snare drum, the bass, the guitar, and the voice, of course. But there's, you know, I love a band that got an identity, whatever music they're playing, you recognize them. It's always great.
Like Motorhead.
Yeah, exactly.
I always come back to Motorhead.
Yeah, it's funny because with bands, I'm kind of like, I'm split into, you know, when you love a band that put out albums, there's a part of you that wants them to stay the same course. You want them to keep on playing that stuff. Like the Quakes, the sounds change a bit from, you know, the first album to the second. Second was more Stray Cats, Neo. Third one, Quiff Rock, was back to psychobilly, but they start to have their sound, like kind of the almost, it's not an 80s sound, but it is like 80s psychobilly, but it's an 80s music style, you know, a bit of new wave-ish. And Paul developed that sound. The last 5 albums have this sound, and I think it's great because the songwriting is so good. There's some bands you would like to know what they're doing. You know, you want them to change, because it's great when the band, you know, have an evolution and they discover new things and they start to branch out. But sometimes I don't want them to change because I love that style. But it would be great if they change as well. You know, I always go in between that thing.
It's tricky. I mean, it's tricky. You want to see band kind of develop in a way, but you also don't want them to lose their character.
Mm-hmm.
So Peter is asking, how many bands have you played with?
I have absolutely no idea.
30?
Yeah, probably.
I mean, we mentioned, you know, I guess over 20 bands. We have somebody from Japan.
It's
Maybe
really,
he wrote his name, but I'm not sure how to read it.
it's so early in Japan now, I think.
Yeah. So, and he also wrote, hope you come back to Japan soon.
Me too. Me too.
All right, Japanese person without a name, please share this link to all your Japanese friends. We need some Japanese bass players, bass slappers here.
There's a lot of great people there. There's a lot of great musicians. There's for example, the bass player from the Ratbones. I just forgot his name right now. I'm so sorry. Takushi from Dice for Light. The guy from the Cyclops, the guy from Chicken Skip Jumps, and there's every time I go there, the musicianship is just like, wow, they're really good. They're really good.
I do dig Japanese scene as well. Besides besides all these psychobilly bands, you also did a country kind of rock and roll rockabilly album in 2018 with Wild Card.
Oh, the Wild Card was the name of the album. It's the singer is Hunter Perrin. Is the guitarist for John Fogerty from.
So it was Hunter Perrin's solo album.
Yes, it is.
Ah, okay, got it. So it was released under his name.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought
The
that
album. Yeah,
was the name of the band that he released it like that. Okay.
yeah.
How was that? How was that experience?
It was cool. I mean, he contacted me because he was doing some kind of residence at it's called the Three Club in Hollywood, like a bar.
Oh,
And
yeah.
on Thursdays he was doing like 2 hours of music, and from 6 to 8, something like that. And he asked me if I wanted to play bass for it, so I said yes, and he sent me a list. So we're doing from country to Credence to his originals to whatever. So I had a kind of a large set list, and we just pick and choose from. And then so I did that for a while, and then he asked me to record an album for him. That was really cool album.
And how about this band?
Silver Toulouse and the Witch. A great showman, a madman, a great showman. I did, I forgot how long I played, maybe a year, maybe less. I recorded one album with him called Witch Music, and it was fun, but he's a character, so it was.
Are you still in touch with him?
No, he had a crazy history. He kind of dropped out for a few years now, maybe like a year or two. I think he's, from one of the studios, he's back, but he had a rough patch, I think, for some time.
And the Witch was that girl that was playing guitar, right?
Yes, at first, yeah. I joined the band. She was still there, but she was just there for maybe 2 or 3 shows. And then we had another guitarist, Josh, on guitar. And after that, he kept the name, and he decided to call his guitar the Witch. So that's why he kept it. Yeah.
So the guitar is the Witch.
Exactly.
All right. And there were like a few other photos that I wanted to feature. The Red Bones.
After Red Bones, yeah.
So when were you playing with them?
I think I recorded maybe 2016, maybe. I never played live with them. I just did that. I played maybe like 1 song or 2 songs when I was recording the other show, and I think I was guest on 1 or 2 songs.
And
also, they featured, because Monica, my wife, was with me in Japan, so they did a video for one of the songs, a really strange, funny video, and we are the main characters walking around in Tokyo streets.
Oh, so yeah. Is it on YouTube?
Yes, it is.
How, if we want to find it, what should I put on it? How should I search for it?
I think the name of the song was in Japanese, but I'm not sure. I'll look for it. I'll give you the link if I can find it.
Okay, please, if I'm sure that our viewers are also interested to check it out.
It's really, really funny because I don't understand it, the video, but yeah, but it's fun. It's not psychobilly at all.
But please post it. Post it under the video so other people can come back to the video and check it out. And this was the Russian.
Yeah, there was a swinger. Yeah,
okay.
Alex on guitar, Denis on drums. Slava wasn't there that day, I guess, but yeah.
Oh, okay. So and the 2 bass situation.
Yeah, that's
Alfredo and you. That's with Slava.
That's Slava. Yeah, on all pictures for different years, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are those guys still playing?
No, I mean, Alex maybe plays some stuff somewhere. I don't know. He did an album in Denmark called the Siberian Mad Dogs with Kim Kicks, the bass player of Godless Cricket Crips from Denmark, and also the bass player and singer of Power Solo. Really cool band. And so he did an album with them, playing some of the songs that we did. But that was years ago. I don't know what he's doing. Sometimes he go back to Russia and play some shows, I think. Denis is playing with probably tons of bands in Russia, and Slava's not playing.
Oh, okay. And this is the Shaltai band, right?
Yeah. our
I
first
didn't
album.
understand what style of the music you played with those guys.
There was country, there was Irish medleys, there was on that tape. I think I remember there was we covered.
Oh, this is a cassette tape. That's the reason for the shape. Oh, I got it. All right.
Yeah, Dave.
Do you still have it?
Yeah.
You have those tapes?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I got a copy of everything I've done.
Do you have a cassette player as well?
I do.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. Okay.
I do.
Wow. And you mentioned that you worked with Tim Armstrong as well, right?
Yeah, I when I did the things with Roddy at the end of the tour, what's his name? Tim wanted to do some kind of interviews like once a week, and he wanted to interview Roddy, and so I drove Roddy there, and I met Tim over there, and we talked a bit, and he said like, oh, we should do something together one day, and I was like, yes, I love Rancid. It's like, yes, please, because I love all his different side projects, all his solo things, and so it took a few months because his studio was really close to where I lived at the time. Because I would just like, innocently pass by, like, ding, ding, like, hi Tim, remember me? Hi, I would do that for a while, and one day he said like, okay, I give you my phone number, you call me, and we set that up. And so okay, did that. He said, okay, come in, whatever, 2 days, and it was, we were doing the music, he did interviews like different musicians. I think the guy from Hot Water Music or the guy from, I forgot, with other bands, and he would have a guitar, they would be someone doing percussion, me playing bass, and we would jam pretty much like we would do like rock and roll stuff, ska things,
Covers.
Yeah, covers, and so we started like that. So there was the guy from the Interrupters playing guitar. It was fun. It was, and then he wanted to do a project. He wanted to do us two doing like interviews with people, but as a street musician. So the setup would be the two of us and a guest, and in the street. I think we wanted to do like maybe, I forgot, maybe in Venice Beach, something like that. And we would have like, whoever from whatever band coming, and we would play songs, we would do an interview, play a song from their band, but with all set up, and maybe a couple of other songs with that guest playing other covers. So my role was to play bass, but also to make a list of songs of different style and learn them and show them to him. So I had to, we agreed on some songs. So I had to learn some folk song, Tom Waits, the Selector, the Specials, Cockney Rejects, some different oi bands, The Clash. So I had a list of like some country stuff, Willie Nelson. I had maybe like 20 or 30 songs that I had to learn, and arrange them in a way that we could play them acoustic with a bass, a lot of slap bass because there was no drums, and even acoustic guitar. So that was fun. But Tim is a really busy man with tons of projects at the same time. So I just, after a while, I think he was asked to do a video for Green Day. So he just went away to do that. Then Rancid went into the studio, Rancid went on tour, then pressing Interrupters. So he disappeared. We would bump into each other, like, oh, we have to do that again. Yes. I don't know. I would go knock at his door, his new studio. But yeah.
So there was a couple jams and no.
I think I went there. The goal was for me to go like 3 times a week for like 2 or 3 hours to work song with him. So I did that for like maybe 3 weeks, and then he went into other projects. Yeah.
Wow. Med Twins are asking you, since you mentioned Tom Waits, tell us about what you like in Tom Waits' music.
Whew, uh, I mean, there is okay. I have to say, Tom Waits is my favorite artist. I would do anything to play with Tom Waits. One song, jamming in the street, or his place, my place, wherever he wants, I'm there. And I mean, the guy has been able to reinvent himself over the years. I got all the albums done, so there were the orphan boxes in black. I mean, from his ballads to his jazz stuff to his weirder stuff. I love what's his name? The bass player. Just forgot.
Larry Taylor?
Thank you, Larry Taylor. I love him. I love his playing. He seems to have been a character as well. I wanted to track him down when I moved here because I wanted to learn from him, but I always thought he was a character. It never happened, and then he passed away. Yeah, I mean, and I love the fact that nobody knows Tom Waits. I mean, I got a few books about him. Nobody knows him. No, if you work with him, you have to sign a paper saying you don't talk about Tom Waits, which I think is great because he's an enigma, and it's a really great approach to being an artist. You know, these days where everything is online about you all the time, everybody knows about your underwear color or anything. Nobody knows about Tom Waits.
That's interesting. I have like several friends that played with him, especially when I was living in San Francisco, because he lives pretty close.
I know he lives in Sebastopol. I drove there.
I think it's close to Sebastopol.
Yeah.
It's Sebastopol is a cool place. They had like a great like Romani festival, like was specialized in Romani music.
It's a really nice area.
Yeah, I like that, NorCal area. And it's a cool thing about Tom Waits is that he, often has, bass players that play slap with him. Larry was playing slap, and Greg Coyne, excellent, amazing jazz player.
Yeah,
that I got in touch with recently. He played slap. Who else? Tony Garnier played slap.
Tony Garnier, who also played with Robert Gordon in the 80s.
I do not think that he played slap with Robert Gordon.
No, there was I have a live album, I think live in New York, and there's a bass solo that's really cool, but there's no slap in it. But
yeah.
Really cool.
Who was the bass player? Tony?
Yeah, Tony. Yeah.
Okay. He did have like a slap bass players before, but I don't think Tony. Let me see. Who else ask like some? Okay. I love you too, Jason. Really do. All right, so guys are talking about. I like this. There's like parallel conversation going on here in live chat. So that's pretty cool. I wonder. So I haven't asked you. Like, do you ever write any music?
No.
You never wrote one song.
No.
Oh, really? You don't have any interest in that?
Yeah, kind of, but I think if I don't know the instrument, maybe I would be able to. I have some ideas for bass lines from just like chord progression, things like that, but I never used any of that.
How about lyrics?
I remember in the 90s trying to write lyrics. I found them again. It was painful. No, not really. I like the idea of it. I don't think I have a good, I'm really hard judge on everything I do. And if I don't think it's great, which I never do, it's not worth doing, kind of thing. So
what is the, do you have, you mentioned Slim Jim and Chris and Jimmy Barnes. So is that the only project that you're working on as far as new music coming up?
Yes, and probably Heathen Apostle one of these days. Probably gonna.
Okay.
They want to do a new album, I think. So
When do you expect those albums to come out?
I have no idea because I don't know for example the Chris Jimmy Barnes album. I have no idea what they want to do with it. I have no idea how many songs I'm going to play on it. If it's just me on upright or if they have other bass player. And I don't know what they want. I don't know if they're going to release it or not.
And is it as far as the recording? Are you doing it all overdubs, or you and Jim go in the studio and do it together?
All overdubs. And usually,
so he already recorded drums.
Yeah, sometimes we record. Yeah, usually record drums. I think one song I did before his drums, but yeah.
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Okay. And so since you mentioned you've been on the scene like since mid 80s, I guess, and playing since the early 90s. Can you tell me how much do you think that music fans and audience changed since you first started?
I mean, let's say if I talk about psychobilly, I mean, it's always a wave. 80s was mid 80s was great. End of 80s, I think went down, came back in 2000, whatever, 8, 9, 10, went up again, went down a bit at the end afterwards. It's different because, I mean, you would go, there was, I don't know, going to clubs. I don't know if it's because of my age, but, going to clubs, it was something you don't hesitate. You just go to a club and that's where you're going to meet with your friends. Now it's just like, in LA it's a bit more complicated for me. Just like all this driving, I don't like it so much. But there's not really a younger crowd on the cycle. I mean, in the cycle thing, it's a weird thing here with like the all age show and the non age show. So I don't really know how many people are on the scene right now. But now the advantage is you discover much more music. Disadvantage is like there's a lot of music I don't really care about, but you can discover bands that from other countries or the continent that you would never find out before. So that's the advantage of now. For example, when I went to Japan, it was, the clubs were the festival, maybe like 600, 800 people, which is 10 years before was maybe like 4,000. So Japan also had the same thing, like a big wave, and it went down. I'm hoping it's going to go up again. I don't know. I mean, there's the pros and cons of now compared to before. Also, everything is clouded in memories, and you always remember the best. And you forget some of the bad things or sad things or whatever.
But the Slapstream is happening now, so that's the advantage of
exactly.
Right? So all these people are getting all these lessons every week, every Saturday, and then hear all these cool stories.
And that would not have been possible, like 10 years ago, 5 years ago.
Oh, for me, it wouldn't be possible even last year because I wouldn't have time to do it.
Yeah, as well. Yeah.
But now I do have time. Let's talk more about bass. There were like quite a few questions about your setup and all of that stuff. I'm more interested to hear about your influences and people that you like and respect. So let's start with that. Who would you say are your biggest influences on your bass playing?
I honestly don't know on my bass playing. First and foremost is Slava, my bass playing from Swindlers. And then over the years, there was, I would say, looking back, you start, of course, the usual, lead rocker. But then when I started to play bass, I realized his style wasn't what I wanted to do, wasn't what I was interested in. But then, you have Steve Whitehouse. When I've listened to the first Frenzy, which is like a slap bass orgy, that was just like, oh, okay, that's great. I wasn't playing at the time, but when I started to play and I listened to those albums, I was just like, there is so much happening. And a guy I love is Mark Carew from Motor Texans. He's also like a big influence. It's not like I never really try to do what they do. I admire what they do. I love what they do. I listen to it, but I'm not really good at, what did they do? I have to figure out that thing. I do it sometime, but I don't have much patience for it, or else it's going to take me another direction. I try to do something, I miss it, but I discover I can do something else with that. So that's why I'm going to go, because then it becomes mine. There was Alain from the Happy Drivers, Vampas. There's a guy called Gambit. Gambit had a band called Hellscrack, it was a psychobilly band. But he had with that psychobilly band in France, they joined with another band called the French Lovers, which is like two guys on accordion playing kind of French music, rock and roll French music. And they made a band called the French Lovers on that. They released an album. And the album is something I listen to this day. There's a lot of slap bass because the bass is a psychobilly band playing with two accordion. And there is a bit of ska, there is a bit of French music, a lot of slap, really cool bass lines. So French Lovers, really cool. There is, who else? Then Holly from Matzin. There is Rob Peltier. I should look to my records. Paul Diffin was the bass player from Sugar Ray Ford, which is like kind of a swing rock and roll band, who also played with the Blue Cats in '92 when they reformed with the Tunnel. It was a great album, great bass playing, love him. The guys from Crewman, really cool influence. Makaru, sorry, looking for my record. Sam Sadi, Ricochets, and the Guanabats. There was Manny from Sony Domestos, really cool bass player, really cool album. And then String Beans. I love the different bass players from String Beans, really cool stuff. And I would say also the different bass player from the Stingrays. I think it was Johnny Bridgewood and I forgot the name of the first guy. It's like a garage psychobilly rock and roll band from the UK, and love what they do. And the bass playing was great because he switched from pizzicato to slap, much more garage, but a lot of slap. I would say a band I discovered when I was in France, I don't know where it was, really cool slap bass. The style is an acquired taste. It's called the Swamp Zombies. It's a band from California. Sorry. The guitarist singer is Shag, the artist Shag before that. And it's kind of like acoustic, garage, folk, weird music, a lot of slap bass, really cool playing. So that was something I listened to. I tried to steal some things from. Am I forgetting people? I probably am. Yeah.
And thanks. There were lots of bands that influenced you and bass players. What would you say? How did you develop your own slap bass style? I mean, your bass playing style.
I think it's because the a lot of the street playing I did, because I had to play, for example, slap on stuff that didn't have slap, like as I said, like the Irish music. The signature is a bit different. Some of the Russian oyster folk that I did, same thing. There's bass on some of the original, but I didn't have the original. But I had to find bass rhythm to do because it was mostly me and a violin player. So I had to do, being the rhythm section on different time signature and also playing bass line. So that, I think, when I took that and transposed it to rock and roll stuff, I could find my own way of playing on it.
I think it's the best, like when you take something out of like a different music styles, and then you figure it out. Mad Twins didn't know about the Shag. What is the name of the band with the Shag?
It's called Swamp Zombies.
Okay, Swamp Zombies.
They have like 6 albums, I think. I have the first 3 have slap bass, and the last 3 have still slap bass because the guys sing as well, but much more, a bit less slap. And but the first 3 are really, really weird music, but the slap is really strong.
Okay, I have to check them out. I'm not familiar with them.
Another band actually that's because I usually go to record stores and I would look at different section, and if I see a stuff with like an upright bass, I look at the name of the song to have an idea of the style of music, maybe, and then, for example, I bought a band from Australia called the Whitlams. It's a weird swing rock and roll pop thing. First album has a lot of slap on it, and on the second album, but there's less slap, but there's videos of the band, and you can see the guy slapping away on this kind of pop music, with like piano based pop music, and that's the kind of stuff I love. I love discovering this kind of like strange music that it doesn't fit with this. I mean, particularly the theory of it, slap bass would be weird, but it works really well.
What is the name of that band?
The Whitlams.
Okay, have to check them out as well. I'm not familiar with them. Wow, I'm getting some slap bass. What would you say would be the most representative songs that you recorded for your slap style?
I think, I don't know. Trying to think. I mean, on Champagne, I did like a couple of songs, like 2 or 3 songs on it. Actually, songs on that album. It's I did what I could, whatever I wanted to do. So that was fun, and I think that one.
That record in general.
Yeah. Also, the Astro Zombies, the live album, that's definitely a lot of slap on it, because I think that on albums, you have to, depending on the band you're with, you have to follow the song. I think I cannot triple slap my way through a song on an album because it stays. It's there, and then be like, what did I do? Because I kind of like break the melody or whatever. So when I play with the Kings, I only had really small sliver moment where I could do weird things. But we had a piano, we had sax, we had guitars, and so I couldn't. There's some melodies that are there. I have to respect it, So, but when I'm live, depending on the band I'm with, for example, Surf Rats or Astro Zombies at the time, I just, all bets are off. I can do whatever I want because, of course, they let me. If they were telling me like, calm down, do that, I would maybe listen. But it's like I'm going to try things. I never play the same thing twice on purpose. It's like I'm going to try every time I'm going to play a song or show. There's maybe some parts of I'm going to respect the melody that goes with it. But everything's around that melody. It's it's like free game. I can do whatever I want. I'm gonna do some weird things. I'm gonna try things, and they're gonna work. They're not gonna work. I don't really care. I'm trying my best to change. And plus, with surf rats and astro zombies and slingers and happy drivers, I'm playing with the same drummer most of the time, Gable, which is a machine. It's straight, not too many weird things, and he loves playing Demented because Grisha, the bass player, is also a machine. It's really straight, not too much triple. He does it, but sparse, because it's Demented has his own style, songs are like that. So he loves that. When he's playing with me, if we do a rehearsal, I'm going to do some weird stuff right away just to see his face. It's like that. It's good, because as much as we love each other and we love just playing, his idea of a perfect bass player is the guy just, and me, I'm going to be like, And for me, I love when drummers go. There is this band called Hormonotes from Italy. That was kind of a cross between Living End, Hot on Heat type.
Is that with Sasso Battaglia?
Yes.
Okay.
And the drummer is like, he's got 8 arms. He got all this thing going on, and I love that. I love because I would love to play with something like a guy like that. So I would try to follow what he does. I did one show in LA with Bernie Drizzle.
Oh, cool! I love playing with that guy.
And it was great because he was doing all those things, all those fills, and I was just like, oh, great, because he usually does it twice. So the first one I was like, oh. So the second time I tried to do the same kind of follow it on Slap, and that's the kind of stuff I love to do, And so live for me, there's just like, unless I'm told I have to behave, it's like, okay, I'm free as a bird.
That's cool. You mentioned something that I actually was planning to ask you. Do you have so far in your music career, did you have band leaders telling you usually what to do, like play like more slap, play less slap, or do not play slap and stuff like that, or it's usually you kind of choose the way you want it to do?
Usually, most of the bands I've been with, I've been, I had a kind of a free reign on what I wanted to do. And some, it comes automatically. Playing with the Kings or the Apostles, but like most of the Kings, because of so many lead instruments, and there's always like really cool melodies, a lot of melodies going on. I cannot, by myself, I know I cannot do too many things, but I've never been told not to slap. I had a few shows that were booked for me, for example, in LA, when people, call me or text me before the show. It's like, by the way, could you not play Psychobilly on this show? And it for me is really, I always like, oh, why did they ask me that? It's like people seem to expect of me that, if I'm booked to do a country things, I'm going to do like double the tempos, triple slap all the way through it because I'm playing Psychobilly. And it's really, I always got, no, it's okay. Your songs are not Psychobilly. I'm not going to play Psychobilly, But that's the only time where I've been told, to behave. If not for studio, no. It's funny because I found an old demo in France from the 90s. I've been asked to play with a pop band, and I forgot the name, but I did a try for them, and I thought they would not take me because it was kind of pop and I play slap on it. And they asked me, Carl, can you do a demo for us? So the demo for us, I got 4 songs, like 3 of them, a lot of slap, and it's really not rock and roll, but They loved it. They wanted me to stay in the band, but they were not really nice people, so I didn't stay in the band. But they didn't seem to be. The manager of the band seemed to be like a pain. So he's like, nah, I give you a demo, you can do whatever you want with it, but I'm not in the band. But the thing is, that was funny because it was the opposite of, I remember coming in the band playing like pizzicato and no slap, and then play those songs, and then it's like, okay, I try something, and I started to slap, and the guy was just like, great, do that, do more. So I slapped my way through all the songs, I think 3 of the songs out of 4, and that was funny to be asked to do that.
Yeah, slap works great, especially with pop. Wish
Yeah.
there was like more pop and good songwriting, and then that incorporate slap. What would you say, by your opinion, would be the most essential slap-based recordings?
I mean, depending on the style. I mean, everybody has mentioned Willie Dixon, so I got probably 15 albums he's on, from the Big Three Trio to I think 3 or 4 albums with him and Memphis Slim only. So that's great. Milton Calloway is great. And then, but relative to Psychobilly, I mean, for me.
So when you mentioned Cab Calloway, so as far as Cab Calloway, which songs would you choose for slap that you like?
What's the name of that song? There was the Reefer Man, and I forgot the name of the song, where it's an instrumental when it was like 2 or 3 bass solos in it.
Plucking the bass?
Plucking the bass, thank you. And it's funny because, I mean, the thing it does on the bass, it's what psychobilly bass playing is pretty much. There are all the triple and things like that, and there could be a psychobilly bass playing, so that plucking the bass is great. And then, I mean, for me, I would say, I say like Frenzy, Hall of Mirrors. I would say Ricochet's Made in the Shade. I would say Markaroo, 5 Beans in the Wheel, or anything Markaroo related. I would say, okay, Hall of Mirrors. I love Archie, Batmobile, first album. The Blue Cat, the Tunnel, Paul Giffen. Eldon's At Last, Guanabat's great. Happy Drivers, War. Any Kind of the Crewman album. Long Tall Texans. Great bass line. Gorilla. Mean Traitors. Madheads. I love Peacocks. Peacocks, that's one of the bands I really love. Simon is a great bass player. He's not mentioned enough. He's a machine. He's great bass player. All the shows have always been great with Peacocks. I would say Ricochets, First Shacks with Steve. I love Scary Boom, Russian band. Swindlers. Stargazers with Clark Kent on bass. Great bass playing. Sugar Refold with Paul Diffin. Stingrays. Great. Yeah. That's and yeah, pretty much it. Yeah, then you can go into that guy from Denmark, Kim Necroman or whatever. Godless Wicked Crips. Gary Day. Yeah. Gary Day with the Flintstones and the Gasmen. What else? Oh, I might as well finish. Lothar Red with Freak on bass, German bass player, really good. That guy, we don't really care about him too much, but that guy. Scallywags. I really love the bass player in the album. But I mean, it was really great bass player. I would also advise newish band, the Zipheads are really good. The Graveyard Journeys with Joe Rogan, son of Crazy Kevin, really good too.
I guess you kind of answered my question a little bit. My next one. So, who are the nowadays slappers that you like the most?
I mean, I would say it's pretty much the same, to be honest. I mean, this thing is I discovered in the US, you know, I mean, there is Kevin Smith, there is Jimmy from the Four Charms, Jimmy Sutton. There is the guys from Hot Club of Cowtown, Jack Irwin and Bobby someone.
Jake Irvin is on Hot Club of Cowtown, but before him,
Bobby Trimble.
Sorry,
is it Bobby Trimble?
That's Trimble is the drummer. You're talking about Horton, Billy Horton.
Yes, Billy Horton. Sorry, Billy Horton. Those guys. There is I like Jared McGovern from Urban Pioneers. There is Matt Gopal from Ex Arkhams, and I forgot the name of his band now. Yeah, that's the guys I listen to. Trying to think what else. Tara of the Idukes, Mr. Vlad. That was a great album because there was a DVD with it, and you could watch him play. What else there was? I think that's. I'm missing out on a few names. Joe Fick. Yeah. Other people.
All great guys. So you played like in quite a few kind of bands, like, I mean, big bands on the scene. What would be your advice to younger people, or in general, like people that would like to get the gig these days? What should they do?
I mean, I think first you have to play, because now I think you have to develop your own audience in a way. I think, you know, you have to play locally and have, practice, of course, but play in, bars and stuff like that. Anything that's going to make you, before you go to a festival, you should be sure of yourself, or as sure as you can be, but you should have a bit of experience of playing in bad conditions in a way. It was always, when you play in bars in a tiny stage with the bad equipment and you can do a good show out of that, there's no better school, I think, than when you end up on a festival where actually, people don't know you, people don't care about the unknown band, the unknown opening band. If you go on stage and you have no fear and you just present yourself and you have an attitude, I think, a good attitude, not a bad one. But if you have a personality, that's develop a personality and an image. I think it's great. That makes a difference, because there's so many bands, because now all the bands you have access to on YouTube and everything, songwriting is important. If you want to do covers, don't pick Tainted Love or False on Prison Blues, please, or Rock This Town. Find stuff in, interesting covers if you want to do covers, and develop your image. I think, I would say that, and do your learning in bars and parties or whatever. And then when you think you're ready, we should be fast but you should go and have your audience, the guys that you met playing in the bars, they're gonna follow you. So when you play, you have 20 people in front of you that cheer for you, and that's gonna bring more people in, And the beginning is gonna be frustrating because if you play in festivals, if you play at 7 o'clock in Spain or in Germany, you're not gonna have anybody. People are gonna come the second time you play, or else, they hear there was a good show. Then next time they're gonna find you. You cannot expect that you're gonna rise through the ranks fast. It's not many bands. Some bands do that. Some bands come out of kind of nowhere in a way, and suddenly they go up fast. But most bands gonna stay there for a while before something happens. It's hard to know what that thing is or will be, but you have to be patient. It's not because you're not loved and recognized after your first album or your first few shows that that the scene is bad or anything. You have to give it time. We all did, and that's the way it is. That's the way it is. You have to go through all that. And when you release your first album, if you're not contacted by a major label or HeadCat or whatever, that's the way it is. You have to do your second album, maybe yourself, but you have to develop your style and your songwriting.
What would you give if you could give an advice to young Thomas? Like, what kind of mistakes would you like to point out, like that you can avoid on the journey that you did?
I think I would say that I should enjoy what I do when I do it. I'm not good at that. I always be like, I'm a bit better with that now, but I was always kind of stressed about what I should do next, and it's afterwards when something would happen, I didn't do that because I moved or whatever. Be like, I should have enjoyed it, more, because now it's gone, and I would say that I would say to him that he should have learned slap from the beginning, and but yeah, if not, I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, that I should enjoy what I'm doing it, not afterwards.
That's a great advice, and then we should definitely all learn that, from this year. When we get a chance to enjoy, we should, enjoy it every moment.
Yeah, for me, for example, the Slapstream, I enjoy watching everybody talk, and I love hearing people's story. The fan base, what they like now, whatever, and I enjoy that even more sometimes than the playing itself, because it's cool to see what people go through in life. But I was wondering, there was a part of me that didn't really want to do it because, I'm not good at playing on my own. I kind of, I need to play with a guitarist. I need to have a song. I have to have something to do, like a background thing to be like, okay, it's not only me. When I have to do a solo on whatever band I'm playing with, I really want the drum to keep on playing when I'm doing a solo. I don't want the drum to stop, or I don't want the guitar to stop playing rhythm. I need a bass for me to play bass. And for me to play on my own, it's only just like, I feel like I'm naked, it's like, oh, what am I doing? And I can feel that my playing is a bit more like, what am I doing? What am I doing? Normally I'm a bit more relaxed than that on my playing.
Everybody loved it, and I love it, and I will ask you to do that again towards the end, but I have a few more questions before that. Is there anything that you can recommend for bass players to practice on a daily basis?
I mean, while I'm practicing, usually it's I always start with playing. I always start with playing some blues stuff. I always, one of the music I love the most. I mean, like psychobilly thing, kind of same level. I love rhythm and blues. I don't listen too much to rockabilly, 50s rockabilly. I have, I've loved Gene Vincent and Perkins and Burnett, but rhythm and blues is something I really love. So usually I'm going to put a record, or I'm going to put like, I love like blues like Little Walter. So I'm going to put a Little Walter album and play bass on it and try to follow the guitar, follow whatever, giving you rhythm pattern or whatever. And so I'm going to play that. Then I'm going to play maybe, I got all my set lists from all my different bands on my computer. So I'm going to do, first a shuffle because there's no slap. It's mostly like bass. So play that. Then I'm going to switch to Surf Rats. I'm going to play more slap. Then I start always with kind of like from a slower to mid-tempo to going faster and faster. And I got...
So you recommend like practicing songs?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what you do. So you don't do like a scales or particular exercises, stuff like that?
No, I don't.
And do you have any, do you ever warm up before the show?
If I can, I like to play maybe like 5 minutes, but as you said on different interviews, sometimes you don't have access to your bass. But if not, what I like to do, if I have access to my bass, I'm going to play on whatever's playing in the speakers, wherever I am. But I don't try to find the notes. I'm just playing the rhythm. I'm just trying to, but kind of exaggerated version of it. Like, if they were playing, whatever, if they were playing ska, I would try to play on the beat. I don't care about the notes. I don't have to find the notes. I'm just going to play. I can mute the strings, but just play the slap to make a rhythm of it. If it was disco,
basically warm up your right hand. Is
yes.
that a goal?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't,
so you don't do like finger exercises or some kind of etudes?
No. It's funny. I used to do that when I started to play bass. I would be like that, and I would always do like that, like till I got marks on my finger. Like almost bruises, and be like, okay. And then and slap, sometimes I would just do this kind of, like that for a couple of minutes, just to have my hand a bit more loose. But sometimes I don't. But I like if I can do something like that. Like I see drummers, they always do this kind of like weird, hand movement. And so, yeah, why not do that?
Since we're talking about live shows, do you ever have a problem with feedback?
I did from time to time. Yeah, sometimes I have to. Oh, I'm really. Well, it depends now. Now I'm mostly okay. I'm okay with it. I don't have that problem. But my bass is not a great bass. The neck is not straight with the body. It was made by a student in the 50s, I think. And sometimes I have to block the body between my knees, or sometimes you can see on my bass there is like on the earful there is like marks and duct tape. I'm a butcher with my bass. I just like put duct tape on the earful when I have no choice. I'll put anything in it, yeah. And sometimes nothing at all. Yeah.
It depends. You just enjoy hearing the feedback.
But it depends. I mean, if I had to borrow some amps, it's always that moment, just like, oh damn, what am I gonna do? If it's something I don't know, I always have. But I'm always going for the mediums. I always put less bass and more medium.
James is asking, I guess both of us, do either of you find by the third song your forearm gets stiff and you need a simple tremble beat song to get it loosened up?
Yeah. I mean, sometime.
I don't. not familiar with this, but I'm usually on tour, so it's I'm
Yeah,
kind of thing. Gabriel is recommending tequila to warm up before the show.
Oh, you mean something like that?
um, so we talked about a live situation. So, but when you record, how do you like to record your bass?
Usually, I'm going to do 2 mics and my pickup. So pickup just
Any
for
particular mics?
no.
No.
I'm terribly ignorant when it comes to mics. So every time I go to a studio, like for example with Jim, it's different mics. I always have like directional mic on the fingerboard to pick up the slap, acoustic slap, and I have a mic more or less in front of the F4, depending of the mic, for the bass notes, and I got my pickup usually with no slap on it going to the board.
Oh, the pickup goes straight to the board?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're not using any amps?
No.
Okay. And what kind of pickup do you usually have on your bass?
I switched from K&K to the Everybody's Shadows Rockabilly Pro thing. The Shadow.
Oh, okay. So now you're using Shadow?
Yeah.
How do you like it?
Good. So far, so good. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. And as far as the as strings, what is your
Roto sound? Always
Roto
roto sound. I tried. I got bags of strings because I'm gonna go for try something like I love the sound sometimes of steel string, so aside with that, I'm glad I stopped doing that. But a couple of times I ended up using some bass. I think it was in Finland with Surf Rats, and it got domestic solo on it. And it was the last show, so I didn't really care. It was the last show of the tour. I didn't really care if I messed up my fingers or not. So I just played, and the sound was the bass note was so in front. So it was just, I loved it. It's like, oh, I should buy some. So of course I did. And I've tried it a little bit, and it's like, yeah, no, back to Roto sound. So I have Presto, I got Guts, I got bags of strings that I'm just like, oh, I tried for like a week, and it was like, yeah, no, Roto sound.
Well, Jason has an advice. My advice is don't be a bass player, be an Amazon delivery driver.
Yeah, I mean, for sure that.
You think that's more essential these days, I guess?
It looks like it is. It shouldn't be, but it looks like it is.
Yeah. So what is the model of Roto sounds that you're using?
There's only one. I think there's only one model. I think the RS 4000, something like that.
Oh, okay. So okay. So
I think that
I tried Roto sounds, but I never really played them or toured with them. So I always use steel strings.
it is. Yeah.
So I'm not. I was not sure if everyone is using that.
It's an acquired taste and also a feel, because the G and D are not the same texture than the A and E.
Roto sound?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's not the same material to make them. So some people don't like it. Some people don't like that difference of texture.
And those are the same strings that Kim and Rofredo are using, right?
I mean, I think Kim only use one string, no? Yeah, no. He has he's bumped. I think he has like whatever first two string, and I think he used the G and D.
Those are the same strings, right?
Yes, Roto sound.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Roto sound seems like to be the psychobilly string of choice, huh?
Yeah, I guess it was. And I'm sure there's different stuff, but it's they last forever.
Yeah. Do you have any particular way of building and creating your bass lines?
No, not. I mean, not really. It's what I like to do when if I play. usually I'm going to listen to what the guitarist does. The drummer and the singer try to steal as much of the melody as I can, and what the rhythm guitar do to and the drummer just to pick up a rhythm pattern that I can add things. If I have access to that before I record, for example. But I'm going to try to play as rhythmic as possible. And after that, I think, for example, when I play with Roddy or Buster Shuffle, I try to listen to the original songs and take as much as possible, especially if they are like an electric bass player, because their way of thinking melody is not my way. And so I try to take as much of their bass line as I can. And because, it's like the eighth thing, the octave thing, or this kind of thing, I always love to try to be a bit more rock in my bass line, or more than rockabilly or psychobilly, not the usual pa 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 pa, kind of thing.
So maybe more melodic approach, would you say, like that?
Yeah.
Okay. We talked about pickups and strings. How often do you have to change your strings?
Wrote a song, never. I think those ones are new. They must have been here for like 5 years or 6 years.
Oh, really? That long? Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I think on my other bass, they've been on the bass for maybe 15 years.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. The A string broke by itself when I moved here. So it was just like, okay. And that's, yeah. But
so you had to buy a new A string.
Yeah, actually, I'm going to put the thing on that bass. There's holes in it everywhere on the sides. He had a rough life. I took it back from Russia in the 90s and went by train from St. Petersburg to Paris with it. And he had a rough life. And so there's holes. And also the fingerboard, there's deep grooves in it now. So I don't play on it because it buzzes. And I always think like, I'm going to have it fixed one day. I'm going to do this and that. And it's like, and I'm going to buy records. So the money goes somewhere else. And but yeah, I'm going to put steel string on it. I found a pack of Tomastic, and I'm going to put steel string on it just to see. And because I have a bow that I never use, so I feel a bit ashamed because I think I've been carrying this bow for 30 years. And like, okay, I'm going to try it. It's just to see what it sounds like.
It's interesting, when you talk about bow, whenever I practice, which does not happen that often, I always practice with the bow. I never practice slap or pizzicato, but it's always the bow. It's always open string, scales, finger exercises.
The bow is not a forgiving instrument. The bow is really not a forgiving thing.
Yeah, that's how I see it as well. I think that the only way, like, to really develop good intonation,
yes,
is the bow.
I agree. I agree.
Which is kind of essential for upright bass. You mentioned like few basses. How many basses you have?
I have 3. I have this one there from Russia, I think from the 20s. I got the one I play is a German bass, plywood bass from the 50s. And I have a Russian bass that I left in France.
Is that the bass that you told me that it's kind of the same as the one?
It's like a 4/4 size with really thin neck and a flat back.
Mine has flat back, yes.
And it was made by a Russian factory furniture in the 60s.
I think that's the bass that I have. I think that mine is from the 50s, but I forgot.
There's
that's
a sticker
one of the bases that I keep in Europe.
Yeah, there's a sticker on it. It says 1961, and the sticker is from a furniture factory from Russia.
Yeah, I think that's the one that I have. Is it sunburst? What color?
Mine's more of a blonde, actually, because I think someone painted over it sometime. Oh, okay. So I stripped it, so now it's more of a kind of a blonde base.
Oh, okay. I think that's the one when you messaged me on MySpace that you told me about that bass.
Yeah, we talked about that bass before, your bass as well. Yeah.
It's funny. I've played that bass for a really long time. That's my first one. And and I played it. I mean, all the way up. I think that at the conservatory I got another bass, so I played it for I don't know 10 years or something.
Okay.
So you have 3 bases here and one in Europe. Is that a thing?
No, two bass here and one in Europe. Two.
2 here and one in Europe. Okay. And besides, so I haven't asked you about the amps. What is your preference?
I'm using against Benz.
Oh, okay.
It was I'm really easy to convince. I met Mark Robertson from the Shack Shakers at the time of Shack Shakers, and he was using Gens Benz, and he had like JK the Neo 4x. He had some cabinets, Neo cabinets, but he told me like you have to go for Gens Benz because I was in between amps, so I did that, and I really like it. And I got 410 cabinets. Yeah, that's about it.
410 cabinets.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. And is it also Gens Benz?
Yes, Gens Benz. I think it's 800 or 1,000 watts. Ed?
Okay. Are you using any effects or pedals or something?
No, nothing.
You're just going straight.
I'm the worst when it comes to technology and to stuff like. As you may have noticed when we talked about what to do on Facebook and social media, I'm terrible. I'm ignorant, and I have no interest really in when I used to go to Kim and he would talk about all this different stuff that he was doing for pickups and amps and everything, and the frequency and everything. I'm just like, yeah, cool, yeah, great, and. I'm really terrible. For me, the best is being able to play acoustic. I love playing acoustic.
That's interesting, especially for psychobilly. I think that lots of psychobilly players like to record pickups and amps as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with Tiger Army, might be it's not the first time, but it's one of rare times that I recorded an amp as well. And it helps with something, but mics are definitely my thing. I'm glad that we are sharing the same thought about it. When you tour, do you usually bring your own bass, or you just rely on the backline?
It depends. It depends where I'm traveling. For example, when I was going to Japan, I use whatever they have because it's Japan. It's going to be good gear,
Oh, really? They bring good gear?
That was my experience, yes.
Okay.
And it's funny because when my time with Surfraz, the first time I was using the Ratbones bass player's bass, and it's a bass with gut strings, and I really don't want to play gut strings when I'm playing fast because the way. Plus, I play a lot on the A and E strings, which are terrible when you play fast on gut. And but I have no choice. That was the tour, so I found my way for it. But he had his own little, he has such a basic setup with some really strange little box of things. It's just like two things, and he would just plug it, and it would be like, it's the best sound I ever have live. And we playing with like, it's gut strings. It's some kind of underwood and some kind of little mixer thing that I don't know what it is, and it's just I don't know. And it would come any kind of amp. It would be around me. It would come and be like, it would just take Ampeg, Gallien-Kruger, like Fender, like it would come. Be like, okay, it is, and okay, that's the sound. That's the sound. It's great. I was struggling a little bit with the E string, but thank you. But the sound was so powerful and so thumping. Like it's like, okay, it carries me no matter what I'm doing. It's great. So there was that, but there's also a tour in Mexico with Astro Zombies, and every night was different, and every night was I discover
really?
every now
Struggle, right?
Huh?
That's a struggle.
Yeah, I mean, I remember the one in Mexico City was cool. The one in Tijuana with Karim was good. Not really my strength had, but usually I take a piece of paper and put on the string to raise it a little bit. Raise it a little bit. But sometime I remember playing a show, maybe in Monterrey, where the strings were steel, but the G string was broken. So the guy made a knot in the strings, and it was just under the fingerboard. So I had to.
That's painful.
When I slapped, I had to be like careful that for playing on G string, my hand has to be just a bit higher so my little finger would not jump it. And in somewhere else, there was no amp, and there was just the bass, which was whatever it was, and I had to plug on the soundboard, which was just behind me, and the cable was about 2 meters long, so I was just like there, but I was just like, it's the sound. But I mean, I don't have a choice. I try to make the best of what I can with what I have. But then the people's reaction, they loved it. I mean, we were there. They didn't care about our sound. They wanted to see us play. So, I was kind of, my struggle disappeared after one song because you see people's reaction and jumping. It's like, okay, it's good. No matter what, it's good.
You know what? I think that I have like only one or two more questions, but I would like to hear you play one more time. Do you have something else for us?
Yeah, I can try something.
Let's do that. Once you
no, try to think of.
More you relax, you play longer and better, and more creative. And then I want to. And cheers. Can I have one more, Monica? Can I have one?
Thank you.
Let's. I would love to hear you play some more. Let's do that. All right, guys. I have like only one more question for Thomas, and if you want to ask him something, now's the time. And before you do that, make sure to subscribe if you haven't subscribed to my channel. I'm doing this every Saturday, and you have the top players really in slap-based world, and I'm gonna continue doing that as long as you want to watch it and as long as you want to support it to Patreon, Venmo, PayPal, and all of these links that are in the description below. I think that Thomas is ready, and let's rock and roll.
Okay. Stuff I've been practicing on because I was bored during the pandemics. I had this whole thing like, I'm going to learn bass line of non-upper bass things. Like, for example, I love Joe Jackson, especially the first 3-4 albums. I love it. The bass player, Graham maybe, is amazing. So, that's one of those things. I think it's called Friday. Hopefully, I'm not going to mess it up like the other ones. Okay. Anyway, something like that. So that was one of the things.
I love it, man. Are you getting ready to play more?
I can. I'm trying to.
Sure. Now I can't stop you now.
Yeah.
Yes. I'm ready. Yeah, I want to hear you. Everybody wants to hear you play.
Um, okay, I'm going to try something that I tried again, I think, like yesterday, but was part of the songs that I've learned in April. Well, it's a band called Redskins, and it was called Lean on Me. Hopefully, I remember it. Well, I try. Okay. That's what I remember.
Awesome, man. All right, I have one more question, but before I ask you that, like, is there anything that we missed that you wanted to mention that you wanted to talk about?
I don't think so.
Did I cover everything that it's important in your career?
My career, yes. Yeah,
All right.
Good.
So my question is like, what still inspire you to do what you do after all these years? Where do you find inspiration and strength to keep going?
I mean, touring. The idea of touring. I love that, and that's something. It's the best way for me to discover a new town, new country, new continent, and also, I mean, also being able to play different styles. You know, like discovering new bands, new styles, new, having to learn like the Bosstones shuffle stuff, like kind of a madness. I love it. It's new to me to play that kind of thing. I love that. And also all the people you meet. I mean, there's all the musicians. Having, you never know, like from the Tim Armstrong project, never go anywhere, but it was great to do that. I played with a singer from Mighty Boston for like 2 songs. Maybe meeting Tom Waits one day. All this kind of thing, you never know what's gonna happen. And I think I could not play music. It's just it's even though sometime I it's like, I'm done with all that, but it's too much of a part of me. It's who I am. If I'm not playing, I'm not me, kind of thing. So I have to keep that in mind every time I got doubts. That's I would be a miserable person to be around if I wasn't playing.
I completely can relate to that.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas, thanks so much for doing this. You were a guest for the 37th episode of the Slapstream. It was great hearing you talk. It was great seeing you. I haven't seen you in a while, so I miss you. And I hope that I'm going to be able to see you play sometime soon, somewhere.
Yeah, same, definitely. Oh, by the way, did we beat Kim Necroman's record? It's 4 hours and 20 minutes.
I think we did. I think he was around 4 hours. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Great.
All right, I'll let you guys talk about it. But thanks again, and good luck with the project with Jim and Cheney. I can't wait to see it, and Jimmy Barnes, that one. But I still think that this is the picture of the day with Carl Perkins, the king of rockabilly,
Yeah.
And yeah, like some really cool things that you did in your life, and I hope to hear for more of those in the future.
Same with you, and same with you.
All right, Ben. Good luck with everything, and
You too.
see you soon.
See you soon.
All right, this was 27th episode of the Slap Stream with Djordje live from Slapsville. Hope you guys enjoyed it. If you haven't subscribed yet, I'm not sure why you haven't, but click on that subscribe button. For me, as a new YouTuber, that means a lot. I'm joking about that, but it means actually a lot with a YouTube algorithm. So, if you want to spread the slap based knowledge, make sure to subscribe and like this video, ring that bell for the notifications, and post the comment under the video, especially if you want to see someone featured in the slap stream. Post the comment under the video because I'm checking out those uh, on a regular base, not the live chat. Live chat is mostly well, during the show. But if you want me to feature something or talk about something, or you have any advice, maybe for a new show that I should do on my channel, make sure to write it down in the comments. Thanks a lot for all these people that are supporting the channel and the slap stream and me on the Patreon. Check out the Patreon link below, and for all your donations via Venmo and PayPal. Those are helping me out a lot. The flyer and the design for this episode was done by Ryan Gould, the star of the second episode of the Slap Stream. And thanks a lot, Ryan. And I might have another help with Nick from Argentina for future intros. And if any of you would like to help out with some designs or something, if you have any ideas how I can improve the channel, please let me know. Med Twins, thanks a lot for being here. Thanks so much for the stream. Djordje and Thomas, a lot of passion, cool stories, and a fast slap. And James checked out the Kim's slap stream. It's 3:45. So I guess Thomas and Kim can talk about it. And but Kim, I'm always ready for round two if you want. And Cloudberry, good night. I assume you're somewhere in Europe or somewhere, so where the night is approaching. Here is not. I would like to wish happy Hanukkah to everyone that is celebrating that, and I'll play a song from my slap based Sunday series at the end where I did Hava Nagila. For some reason, I thought it really sounds cool with upright bass. And before I do that, thanks again, and don't forget, never fret, slide it in smooth and keep it in a groove. This is Djordje, and this is Slapstream, and I'll see you next Saturday. Let's see how I can do the. What's happening? We're in Venice, California tonight.